Sitzkarussell noch mal reintauchen. Fährt der da an den Diffusor ran? Dann springen die Autos wieder raus, schön zu sehen.
Here's the muscle from Munich. What a drive.
Sehr, sehr spannendes Rennen.
We're ready to go for round 2 of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, and after a thrilling opener to the 2025-26 season just a couple of weeks ago, where we saw all sorts of drama in the final 20 minutes, including an unbelievable fight for the race lead in the SP9 category on that final lap, where Lewis Woods was able to take victory for the Falcon Sim Racing team after putting on an incredible pass on Mahler's Kei Kashuba. It was a great battle at the Green Hell, and a day dominated by Mustangs. And at the end, we saw the Falcon BMW M4 rise to the top and win the first race of the season. We wonder what drama we'll have ahead of us here for another 3-hour race at the Green Hell. It's myself, Lewis McGlade. Alongside me is Peter Mackay. And Peter, we always love coming racing here. It's always exciting. It's always edge of your seat. And these 3-hour races, they are the perfect length.
And it's the greatest track in the world. Simple as that. For me, nothing beats the Nürburgring Nordschleife and the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie all year long. We see them race through there in all kinds of conditions. At this time of year, it's a little bit difficult to get out there and race on the Nordschleife, so we come here and race in the virtual form on the amazing iRacing simulator. And when you think about how many drivers use this platform to train for the real-life Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series permit, it shows you just how much credibility there is. And then you mix in the incredible sim racing talent that we have that are racing in this championship. We saw just a few moments ago just what it can be like in that battle a few weeks ago. I'm sure we're going to see exactly the same today.
Indeed, there's a little bit of a reminder as to how things are going to work today. Obviously, you can see the circuit that we're racing at. So around the Nürburgring on the Grand Prix side of things, obviously it's the short loop. We don't go all the way down into the Dunlop hairpin. We cut that off halfway before chucking it back of the VLN layout. We're about to head into qualifying, where of course we have things separated. It'll be the classes there in the top right of your screen. So we've got the Porsche Cup class, we've got the SP10s and the M2s that will be going out and qualifying, and then a bit later on we'll be having the SP9s qualify around the circuit. They get roughly 15 minutes of qualifying each, and then we do battle for 3 hours. We'll see driver change, we'll see pit stops, of course, mandatory pit stop requirements when it comes to amount of time where you must be stationary. That actually did catch out a couple of teams, including Shezza Esports, who were in the race lead in the SP9 category. They had a penalty late on. So there's a fair drama everywhere around the circuit, not just on track, but even in the pit lane.
That's something that's very common with Nürburgring racing. The rules are unique, and you have to be on top of them. And we see, we've seen that several times in this championship, where if you don't absolutely execute perfectly, you can find yourself falling foul of the rules. That's a part of racing on this track. But I mean, 24 kilometers of just pure driving heaven. They call it the Green Hell, but really it's heaven for so many of us. If you get the Nürburgring Nordschleife, this is about as good as it gets. And in qualifying, well, the chance to go flat out with a clear track ahead of you, that's a rare, rare treat, and a special one indeed.
Yeah, indeed. Have you? Are you any good at driving around the Nordschleife?
I enjoy it.
Yeah, okay. Enjoying and any good, two very different things. Now, I'm picking up what you're putting down, because it's no bueno for me. I've done a couple of laps around here, absolutely pushing it to its absolute limit. These guys will be doing it for 3 hours straight, and it's always one of those things that always amazes me is how close they get to the limit, even when darting in and out of traffic. If you haven't watched it, genuinely go back a couple of weeks and just watch the final couple of laps from the opening round of the 2025-26 season of DNLS here. It was absolutely incredible. You had the Falcon Sim Racing team, you had Mahler, you had Nürburgring Esports darting their way through traffic for 2 laps. Lewis Woods and Kei Kashuba on the opening part of the final lap had an incredible fight on the Grand Prix section of the circuit. It was honestly insane. It put I've seen a lot of racing here in my time sim racing and motorsport, and don't get me wrong, there's a few things that put a smile on my face. The grin I had on my face when watching that fight, I'd like probably the biggest smile I've had all year, not gonna lie.
It's pretty special, yeah, and the circuit lends itself to that last lap dogfight, and then it often goes right down to the Tiergarten as well. We've seen a couple of real grandstand finishes in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series in the past. I remember Mala going into Tiergarten with Phil Dennis and just coming out the wrong side of it, just side by side down into that last part of the circuit. Here we are onto the Dottinger Hohen now, and a little bit of a draft possible here. We'll see a real opportunity to pick up a slipstream from the car in front in the race, but in qualifying, yeah, an even bigger benefit really at the moment in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. The pole position time at the moment set by Raphael Renhofer, 7:58.996. That's about a second and a half quicker than we saw in qualifying at the last round, Lewis.
Yeah, which is it is impressive. Obviously, you don't get too many laps in this qualifying session, so it makes sense that some drivers are going to be nailing it at different points. But of course, one of the main things here on iRacing is the conditions, the weather. Now, obviously, that weather, a lot of people, when you're sat there watching it, you might think that when we talk weather, we're only really talking about whether it's raining or sunny. But of course, the track temperature plays an unbelievable part in that, and especially around a circuit of this length, it will be an even greater factor on that part. I do think quite a lot of those Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring drivers are returning their way into pit lane to call an end to their qualifying session, because we're not too far away from having the SP9s do battle for pole position.
So in the SP10 class, it's an 8-minute 27.773 for Falcon Sim Racing in that category at the moment. Comparing to last time out, that is pretty much bang on, exactly the same actually. In fact, it's 2/10 slower in the M2 CS category, or kind of more showroom's top category. That one is an 8:47.955 Enduro Core Racing sitting on pole at the moment, and they're a little bit quicker, interestingly.
Indeed, across the line we see the Lion GP car. There's a couple of those Lion GP cars sat in third and fourth in the M2 category. Moritz Lerner directly ahead of his teammate Kai Schubert, and at the moment it is Tim Yarshall for the Falcon Sim Racing team that you said there is on the pole position in the M2 category. Oh, sorry, in the SP10s. Rather, I know my difference. EMM though, like you say, a dominant pole position. It does seem as though ahead of the Frozen Speed by Grid and Go cars. That's 1.2 seconds separating them in the Porsche category. That is a big margin around here as those three categories qualifying sessions come to a close. So we've briefly seen them on the circuit in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, and of course the SP10s and M2s. We'll soon get that big fight for pole position, which of course was won by the Haupt Racing Team Esports by Coanda just a couple of weeks ago.
That it was, yeah. SP9 qualifying is always a sight to behold at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, where the fastest cars with the top drivers go for it with a clear track ahead of them. It's just the finest thing. When we come for the Nürburgring 24 hours in the springtime, the top qualifying session, 2 flying laps, is my highlight of the motorsport year. It's just so special. In that 992 Porsche Cup Endurance Trophy Nürburgring category, that is a dominant performance by EMM, and of course backing up the big victory they had last time.
Well, we can see the starting grid there. So pole position, EMM, the 905 car, like you say, victorious just a couple of weeks ago. EMM looking pretty fast. There's Frozen Speed by Grid and Go there in second position with the EMM 914 car in third. Behind that, it'll be Simrigs Racing in fourth position. Of course, the lead of the AM category as well. You can tell that by the orange check, by the number 910 there in the bottom left. The pole promotion esports car in fifth position, with Coanda Esports in the 918 in sixth position, just ahead of their teammate in the 917, and the Dur Esports car, the 909, at the back end of that category. We've got Carlisle Esports, who had a bit of drama late on in the race just a couple of weeks ago. They're ahead of Sherra Esports' first car, who's ahead of their second car as well. We got a lot of AMs back here, of course, as you'd expect, at the back end of the Cup category. The Fosotech by WMS car in 12th position, with Sheza Esports in 13th. The Avia WNS Motorsports car in 14th position, and GHD Motorsports in 15th. A large gap in that category, but one that we'll typically see close up courtesy of the Slipstream, which does play some big games around here. We'll head our way down then into the SP10 category, where we've got the Falcon Sim Racing team on pole position ahead of Sim RC, only a quarter of a second separating them, with about half a second back to the duo of Lion GP, the 167 ahead of the 166. Williams Sim Racing in fifth position, with SRC Commerce Esport in sixth, the i4 Racing GTU car in seventh position, and TSR's Aston Martin in the 169 in eighth position, towards the back end of the top grouping there. Big separations, but we do see quite a lot of BMWs at the front end of this category. Now, whilst we do see that through qualifying, not necessarily how things will unfold through the race. Again, I did mention it a little bit earlier on, the SP9s were dominated by Mustangs through the race. In fact, they had the top three for quite a large portion of the race, but it was still a BMW M4 that won in the SP9 category. Suspect, Peter, that might be similar in the SP10s.
Well, last time out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the Munich manufacturer, and yeah, in qualifying that's proven to be exactly the case. So yeah, clearly the car that's got the performance underneath it at the moment, that straight six engine, turbocharged straight six engine, a great package around here. We see so many of those cars competing here at the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series and at the Nürburgring 24.
You can see the final two cars in the SP10 category, Nürburgring Esports and AC Oberhausen by RR, of course, 10th position for them, the final car in that category. We'll move our way on to the M2s, which we're sure are going to put on quite a show here. They always battle very well. And it is a great pole position for the Endurocor Racing 276 ahead of BS Competition, who are looking pretty strong. There was Cock behind the wheel of that one in qualifying. Sherra Esports in third position, with Wolf Motorsport in fourth. Venari, of course, in fifth position. And then the Nürburgring Esports 285 in sixth. Adopt, don't shop. We love that car. We love that livery as well. They're in seventh position, the 289, ahead of the Racing Lounge 77. The rest of the category will see them come through, but the Smilia Esports green car that's being driven by Maximilian Dam, that'll be starting from ninth position. Alexander Becker in the Thomas Eng sim racing team, and then the Smilia Esports red car, Leon Harhoff, who will be on the final page of this category, separated by 5 seconds. But we were saying that a little bit in qualifying there. We love seeing the M2s race their way around. They battle so brilliantly. It's one of those ones, qualifying is for these definitely just about track position, because even if you're a couple of seconds off, especially around here, you can use that car to keep right up with the car ahead. They're basically like road cars with a little bit extra aero and a slight bit more power, the way they just dance around the circuit.
They're a fantastic package, yeah, and available free with every iRacing subscription. So it's one, when you join the service, you can jump straight in, and it's just perfect. Rear-wheel drive, engine at the front, really nice and simple. And it's a package we see a lot in the NLS as well. You see many top drivers actually going through that category to get their full permit and then stepping up to SP9.
Yeah, absolutely love Love driving them around. I've flung them around quite a bit in the world of sim racing and upside down a couple of times because you can roll them, especially going through the likes of the Stefan Beloff S. That big curb on the left-hand side does cause its fair shares of drama. We're about 30 seconds away from the start of the SP9 category. Said before, HRT Esports by Commander, they were the ones that had pole position just a couple of weeks ago. It was the Falcon Sim Racing team that were able to take victory. Sindre Setsos will be driving that one in qualifying. I think Mitchell de Jong will be taking the HRT Esports by Coanda car around. You've got Phil Dinez out there for Marla. Before we start seeing them driving their way around, I mean, who's getting this pole position, Peter? It's not going to be an easy one to pick apart.
Oh, that is a tricky one. Yeah, I mean, last time we saw a pretty impressive performance from Mitchell de Jong in that HRT Ford by Coanda. It seems that the Mustang GT3 is a really strong package in this Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, but the thing is, you've got to string that lap together, and one little mistake and the whole time is gone. You know, if you drop half a second, you can drop several positions very easily. So let's see. It's one of the real treats qualifying here at the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, and it's interesting also to see the Ford such a strong package in the virtual world. It's now got its first season under the belt on the Nordschleife in the outdoor world of racing, if you like, and I think a chance to have a little chat with Frank Stippler, who's an absolute legend of the Nürburgring, and he's been driving the Ford, and I asked him how's the development of it going, and he said, yeah, we're getting there. He says that we've still got a lot of work to do, but he said, well, I remember being in the same position with the Audi, and he said by the end of the Audi's life, we had it so well dialed in for the Nordschleife that, you know, it had to be balanced back a lot. So he said, you know, we're on the right pathway, which is a pretty ominous thought actually for rivals for the 2026 season coming up. If Stippy says that the car's going in the right direction, you can take that as read.
Yeah, I'm curious to see it. I like seeing it. It's such an exciting thing to see. The new cars coming into the space of the SP9 category, and to be fair, I think the Mustang looks fantastic. It looks so. I love an aggressive looking car. Sindre Setsos went through the short chute there, and will begin a qualifying lap around here through the opening sector. See what the race-winning team from a couple of weeks ago is able to muster around this circuit.
Well, it was a great win. A little bit against the odds, you could argue. You know, they qualified back in 7th and won the race. I mean, a fantastic result from Falcon, a team that Nürburgring fans know really, really well. Round the tight right here of the NLS layout, then towards the final part of the Grand Prix circuit before almost tightening the belts a further notch before turning left onto the world's greatest racetrack, the Nürburgring Nordschleife, through Sabine Schmidt curve and down onto the Hatzenbach. It's just one of the greatest feelings in racing. Can Falcon double up today? You know, a good qualifying position. Well, clearly they didn't need it last time they qualified 7th and won the race, so maybe they're just quite relaxed.
I mean, between Sindre Setsos and Lewis Woods, they've got a cracking duo of drivers. Another time through the short chute then for Sindre Setsos. Interesting, obviously, there's one of those things of different methodologies and approaches. Some drivers went through the short chute to try and start a lap. Quite a lot of the drivers, though, have not. They're doing a full outlap to get there. So it does mean, obviously, you only get the one attempt. Everyone's really only going to get one attempt in this qualifying session anyway, like one major attempt. But interesting, they're just out doing the full thing as a way to get your eye in.
They obviously feel that's the way to get the tyre into its proper window. That's what it's all about. It's about the preparation of the tyre to make sure it's going to give you the performance over that 24-kilometre lap. That's all that it's about. Now, some of the crews obviously believe that doing a full outlap of the entire Nordschleife is the way to do that, and Team Falcon obviously feel that doing a couple of quick laps of the Grand Prix circuit and going through the short chute is the way to prepare the tyre, and that gives enough tyre temperature. The one thing is, though, is that you could argue you get a little bit more of a run-up if you come out of the short chute. You know, the tyre temperature is a little bit higher, so you can get a little bit more of a run-up. But the one thing is, though, is that you could argue you get a little bit more of a run-up if you come out of the out of the Tiergarten, a kind of full run, and you actually cross the line with more speed than you would if you come out of the short chute. Now, that might just be a couple of tenths of a second difference over a lap, but that could be the difference between pole or not.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, we do sometimes see some, it's a long circuit, we do see some tight margins out there in the battle for pole position. We're on board with Alex Moorham, who will begin the rise up towards Moot Curve, of course, Bravery Corner, and the run out of Bergwerk. And obviously, you can see, got a bit of a Mustang directly ahead. That is Norby Kish behind the wheel. Of course, one of the most famed drivers in truck racing. To be fair, do you know what? When it comes to real-world drivers in sim racing, Norby Kish is fantastic. He really is a fantastic. We always speak about it here in DNLS because it is, at least from where I see Norby Kish, it is generally where I see him is over in this neck of the woods. Insane talent behind the wheel.
He is. Yeah, I bet there's a bidding war every season from the teams in SP9 and for DNLS, because by the rules you have to have a real world driver in your crew. We've seen some fantastic real world drivers. Remember Daniel Hucadea driving a few seasons ago for Mercedes AMG. Looking through the list that we've got today, I mean, Mitchell de Jong, we kind of know him as a sim racer, but he's also got, of course, real world experience. Jaden Conwright from the United States, really strong driver in IMSA GTD. Josh Hislop from Not Kill represent. Josh Hislop for Smila Esports. He actually is a graduate of the Superlap Scotland and Scottish Modsports Championship, but now racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife in the NLS. I think he's now into his second season he's done now. So yeah, Josh is a great driver, and great to see him cutting his teeth here, both in outdoor form at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but in the virtual world as well.
But I guess, when you've, I mean, you said it before, and I've spoke to my fair share of drivers that have at least attempted either doing some NLS races, or maybe they've even gone the distance and have started taking part in a 24. And when you speak to them, you really don't get as many laps as everyone seems to think around the Nordschleife before you actually jump into racing. You really don't get many. And so what better way is there in the off season when you can't go and just drive around and do what you want to get your eye in than to just do lap after lap after lap on a laser scanned accurate version of the circuit that you want to go and race in real life?
Well, I think the ultimate example would be Max Verstappen and Chris Lullum.
Yeah.
Look what they achieved this year, winning on debut in the NLS in the SP9 with the Ferrari, and that think how many tens of thousands of laps they'll have done round here in the virtual world. That's all the proof you really need that there is a transfer over.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can take a wild stab in the dark that I know. Obviously, Max Verstappen, you could argue, best driver on the planet at the moment. How many laps would he have really got on the Nordschleife before actually doing that race? And the answer is probably less than you would think. And so, like I say, you jump into the sim, get your eye in over here, and as much as you don't get the G-force, again, we always say about it, the fact that it is laser scan, the fact that you're driving a GT2 around, there's so much reference that you can pull from the sim. When I commentate on GB3 and stuff like that, a lot of the drivers are doing those circuits on the sim, on iRacing or elsewhere, and really getting their eye in from this platform. So we'll see Mitchell de Jong finish the outlap for the Haupt Racing Team Ford Mustang there, of course, in the Coanda colours, those distinctive Coanda colours, the car that was on pole position just a couple of weeks ago. Why is he able to navigate this circuit around? Is he able to fight for another pole position? You'd have to say Mitchell de Jong is still an incredible talent. He's been in sim racing for a very long time, has Mitchell de Jong. I think I was seeing him racing around 8, 9, maybe even 10 years ago in the world of sim racing, and he was a big name back then, and he's still a big name back now. You don't really want to tell him that, though, because no one wants to be reminded they've been in sim racing for 10 years.
Well, it just means you're experienced, I guess. As we go back with J-Mo Hartling in the man filter Windward Racing crew. Man filter car, always a constant presence here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. These big 6.2 litre V8 Mercedes AMGs, we are going to miss them when they're gone. So if Mercedes could just sort of just keep delaying their new GT3 car for maybe another 5 to 10 years, that would be super, because then we could just keep hearing these things. They are just the best. And if you ever get the chance, and if you go to any of the races in IMSA, or in fact, probably actually if you go to a Nürburgring Nordschleife event, you'll get quite up close enough to the cars. You have to treat yourself to this one day, is to listen to a Mercedes AMG GT3 on warm-up procedure. It is, you feel it through the bones of your chest. It's great.
Yeah, it is. It's impressive. I mean, look, all these cars are impressive bits of kit, and I agree. There's a few noises that I don't. I'm sad that we don't get. We obviously still got the Lambo V10, but you know, don't really get any R8s really out and about. I miss it. I miss the V10s, but that's fine. That's fine, I'll allow it. Man filter then, so that's the car that we just saw with J-Mo Hartling behind the wheel. Sets the fastest time at present, 7:52.957. So about 4 seconds ahead of Phil Denez, who you'd have to say for the Marla Racing team, potentially, as much as it was a full out lap, took the short shoot and then did the time lap there, I would still suggest that a couple of these times, like for Phil Denez and such, that as much as it's a time lap, I still think it's a warm-up lap, and this is the one where you're pushing. But of course, I don't have too much time. Sindre Setsource now goes to the top of the session, 4.5 seconds clear, 7:48.4.
Good lap there. Just still a few seconds off what we saw in qualifying last time out. 7:45.5 from Mitchell de Jong was the pole time last time, as Andy Goulden for Nürburgring Esports. Great result for them on the podium with the Aston Martin Vantage, a car that's desperately trying to score that first Nürburgring 24-hour win overall. And they've got the right drivers, they've got a good team in Volkenhorst running the car. It just all needs to click together on race day, and they'll be there. But great run here in the early stages of the DNLS Championship for 2025-2026. Jochen Krumbach for Scherer Esport, a team based just the other side of the Dottinger hole. Up to the line they come then. What's this going to be for Jochen Krumbach? Over the line he goes. And it's going to be fourth quickest then for the Ford, car number 16. A little bit off the pace, 4.5 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, that's not ideal. I've actually not seen it come through on my lifetime. That's fine.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, okay. I wonder why you're looking so confused. I'm looking at my lifetime thinking, that's not on there. Again, I would suggest that that's potentially not as representative as it could be, but I think that's where, when you've done the short shoot and then done the timed lap, you're still bringing, maybe not necessarily bringing the tyres fully up to temperature, but over the first part of that lap, you were bringing them back into the into the temperature window. At which point, that first time lap, you're losing quite a bit of time to what the end lap times will end up being when everything's fully up to temperature. But then maybe some of those drivers that have just gone out and done the full out lap is because they don't want to overheat the tyres by the end of that time. There's a few different methodologies here in qualifying, as we do suspect around here, but it is Sindre Setsource and the Falcon Sim Racing team car that is currently holding on to the pole position. I mean, you mentioned how much slower we were than the pole time from a week ago, and this is why I reckon there's quite a couple of weeks ago, I think there's quite a bit more time out there at present, because as we said before, for example, I think Rafa Renhofer in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, that time is faster than it was a couple of weeks ago for the pole position in that category. And I suspect that there is a pretty solid lap time out there, 44 rather, potentially still out there in the SP9s.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. The clock is ticking down onto the last chance saloon as Josh Hislop coming up through Hoek now, the highest point of the circuit, then just cresting and then down through the downhill ski slope that is Whipperman. where you're hanging on by your fingernails through there. Meanwhile, the number 22 Liqui Moly Porsche coming through Adner Forst at the moment for Sebach Esports. Love that livery, that looks cool.
Yeah, that is that's looking pretty nice. I do quite like. I like blues. I like sim racing liveries being in lighter colours. I think we have a tendency in sim racing to lean towards dark colours. Lots of blacks and reds and very dark colours. I just want to see some more bright colours. I think that's why things like the Manfield car stands out so much. Even this one has a few of, even like BS competition in the world of sim racing. They're a little bit dark. Fair enough, there's like light blue and white on it, and it does stand out. Also, do respect a livery that uses like chromed bits, not too much, but even just like getting those materials working to full effect, getting some shine stuff. Here's J-Mo Hartling being thrown around in the sim.
Yes, again, trying to get the full experience of the Nürburgring Nordschleife up towards Hoheacht. That simulator's about to get very, very busy as they head up over the crest now and then down the helter-skelter of Wipperman all the way down to Espach. You're hanging on through fast right, fast left. If your neck's not up to it down here, it's going to really feel it. Then there's a lot of compression up over Little Crest and down towards Espach. The sharp left-hander, which is a tricky one to get right, but if you do nail it, it's very, very satisfying. Down on the left-hand side, always a really popular area for fans. Down towards Brunchen now, one of the very, very few gravel traps on the entire circuit, and then ice curve, very, very slippy when it's wet. Don't have to worry about that today by the looks of things. And then cresting over the top now towards Flansgarten. And has this been reprofiled like the real world, or have we still got the big Flansgarten jump there?
Still got the big jump.
Yeah.
Still got the big jump.
Excellent.
That's what we like to see. Well, Norby Kish went up to the provisional pole position. It was stolen away by Mitchell de Jong, who sets a 7:45.174. Those better times are coming in. It's HRT Esports by Coanda at the top of the SP9 category. Shezza Esports in second. Falcon Sim Racing with still a time to come in from Norby Kish, who did have the provisional pole after the first laps were complete. See if there's going to be a little bit more of an improvement coming in. If anyone can steal away that 7:54.175 to HRT Esports currently holds.
Eifelkind Esport, Marcel Wieners coming through, up through towards the top of the end of the circuit now. What's it going to be here for the Porsche? Not too many Porsches up the sharp end at the moment. Going to be 10th quickest then for Marcel Wieners. Good run there. Phil Dennis now always going to be a competitor. Let's see what he can do in the Mala Ford through the final part of Tiergarten now, heading up through the gears, opening up that big V8 power, that Detroit muscle up towards the line. He's sitting in 11th right now as Phil Dennis. Can he improve? Third quickest. That'll do, Lewis. Second row.
Certainly will. A bit surprised that it was 2 seconds off, but still has made that work for the number 2 car that was in contention for victory just a couple of weeks ago. We'll see the Stint 1 car across the line. We'll see if J-Mo Hartling can improve, picking up a massive slipstream up towards the line. There's going to be a 49.716. So just move further up in the top 10, up to 5th position, but maybe not the time they were expecting. It's one of those ones you pick up a lot of slipstream around here. That's great on the Dittinger Hoa. It's not so great around the rest of the circuit, where the dirty air can take the car and kind of rip it out of your hands just a bit. But it does seem as though for the second consecutive round, unless Sindre Setzels can do anything, it could be HRT Esports by Coanda's Mitchell de Jong on pole position here in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. Sindre Setzels through the final corner for the Falcon Sim Racing team. Championship leader, points leader after the victory in the opening round of the season, and a 7:45.175 to beat across the line. It is a 7:45. It'll be good enough to go to third, but not good enough to steal away pole position. Can Jaden Conwright do anything about it?
Let's see then. It's 4th row at the moment for Jaden Conwright as he comes up towards the line. Looks like he is going to improve. He does. Up to 5th place onto the 3rd row of the grid he goes. Sebach Esports and their Liqui Moly Porsche No time set at the moment. Let's see what it's going to be in the last dying stages of qualifying. Where will they roll off for this 3-hour event? They will roll off from 15th.
Believe there is still 2 more times to come in. We've or maybe even 3 got Next Level Racing Esports up towards the line. We've still got the Endurcore and of course Lion GP cars out there. There's the Lion GP car, People House across the line to move up the order into 6th spot. Solid qualifying there, and finally it's Storm Gdiadrum behind the wheel of the Endurcore car. Sherritt Esports with Krumbach behind the wheel. We saw this car a little bit earlier on in the qualifying session. Goes up into 9th position, or in the qualifying session, 5 and a bit seconds off. Alexei Nesov, certainly a driver to keep an eye on when it comes to the hunt for victory and maybe even pole position. Can he steal one away? No, he cannot. Up to 4th.
And that bumps Phil Dennis onto the 3rd row of the grid in 5th place. Good last dash qualifying there from Alexei Nesov. Driver with real-world experience, of course, but also very, very strong in the sim. Now, finally, the Aston Martin of Storm Gerdrum for Endurcore Racing. Absolutely flat out down the Dottinger hole. Car will not go any quicker through Antonius Bucke underneath the Bilstein Bridge and then into the compression at Tiergarten. Then it's how late do you dare to brake here in qualifying. Got an 8-minute 0.1 on the board at the moment, although it isn't showing as registered, so maybe broke track limits during that lap. But it looks like it's going to be an improvement anyway. Comes by the Dorrant Hotel on the left-hand side, past the commentary booths on the left as well. 7:55.9 then for Endurcore. Where does that put them? That will put them, and it's not on my time screen, Lewis.
Yeah, it's not appeared on mine either. We did a bit of delay with it earlier, where one didn't appear. I think it was the Sherritt Esports car earlier where they didn't appear on it and then appeared a bit later on. So we'll keep an eye to see if the Endurcore car will sneak its way onto the timing tower. But regardless, that 7:55.972 would be good enough for at the moment, yeah, 18th in category. So it would be effectively in the same spot anyway, because that's where they would be in category if they hadn't set that lap time. The other one that we haven't seen is the EWJ car. That one, Noah Eder behind the wheel of that, not out in that qualifying session. But it does mean for the 2nd consecutive round, HRT Esports by Coanda on that pole. Norby Kish gave Mitchell de Jong a good run for his money, though, but wasn't able to steal it away. 7:45.175 enough for HRT Esports by Coanda to put that Mustang once again on pole position, and it is a Mustang front row lockout. Sherritt Esports in 2nd position after the heartbreak of last round, where they had victory robbed away from them after a late race penalty in the final 20 minutes. Falcon Sim Racing with Sindre Setzel's 3rd position in that qualifying session. Nürburgring Esports trying to get on the podium again. Alexei Nesov will start from 4th place. Mahler Racing Team from 5th place, with BS Competition, the sister team, alongside 2.7 seconds off of the pole before a bit of a second and a bit gap, 2.5 back to Lion GP. Manfilter team by WWR in 8th position. But of course, the SP9 category is plenty big enough. We'll roll our way back through it where we'll see Sim RC, Alex Moore behind the wheel. But before we see those, I mean, Peter, very quickly, thoughts on that pole from Mitchell de Jong?
2 in a row for the HRT Esports by Coanda driver. Managed to find 0.4 of a second from his pole position time a couple of weeks ago, and it looks like the Ford Mustangs are going to be very strong again, but the BMWs and Astons mixed in there as well. I think we can be sure it's going to be a thrilling 3-hour encounter. But what was curious there as well was the difference in strategies of when to go for that hot lap, how the tyre was prepared, and was really, really tricky how you got that right to try and get the optimum performance. And if you didn't get that tyre prep right, you could be quite far off the pace.
Absolutely, and the ideas of strategy of tyre warm-up, though, will go out of the window as the 3-hour race ahead of us will certainly throw the cat amongst the pigeons when it comes to that, and then we'll start talking big brain strategy to see if anyone else can find ways to work their way up the order. From back in the depths of the SP9 grid, we see SimRC and Sherrit Esports, both Mustangs, 9th and 10th position for the Aston Martin of the Similia Esports Pro. Of course, they've got a few cars out there a little bit further down in the other categories. 11th position here in the SP9s, with Stint 1 KRS Motorsports from 12th position. The second of the Nürburgring Esports teams in 13th position, 6.2 seconds off the pole. German Sim Racing, the ACV car, that's in 14th, with the Eifelkland car in 15th, and then Seaback across the line in that Liqui Moly car, we saw fantastically in a qualifying session. We've got Next Level Racing, Alex Gardner will be in 17th position. Then, of course, the NG Core Racing and EWJ cars, those two will be at the rear end of this field. I mean, look, very excited to see who's going to come out on top of this one. It's not going to be an easy fight. 3 hours of racing ahead of them, and I'm sure what will be a tremendous battle around the Green Helm.
It will. You know, you look at the top 5 cars are covered by less than 2 seconds, so that indicates that at least that top 5 will be more than close enough on pace to be in basically one big train going through the opening stages of the race. What will potentially split them apart is how they get through the traffic later on in the race. It's a little bit different from, for example, in the Nürburgring 24, where you've got 150 cars, and it's the top SP9 runners do come across the slower classes quite quickly. It'll take a little bit longer for that here today, but we still have 53 cars, so there's it will come around, and how they get through the traffic, how they manage that is always key here on the Nürburgring.
Absolutely. And like I said, we had plenty of drama in those final moments just a couple of weeks ago that saw that incredible fight between Falcon Sim Racing, Sherrit Esports up there as well. Marla denied on the final lap after Kei Kashiba and Lewis Woods did battle on that last lap. Will we see the same again in just over 3 hours' time? I'm sure we'll be ready for it if it does indeed happen. We've got to get through all of the pit stop sequences first. We've got to get through all of the drama of the opening stages of the race first, as well as we'll get 60 cars ready to do battle for 3 hours of incredible racing. Couple of pit stops ahead of them, 2 drivers per team, and of course the fight for victory at the Green Helm is up for offer. We'll be back in just a couple of moments' time, and when we are back, we'll be ready to go racing.
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen.
follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Race day here in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. Lewis McGlade, Pete Mackay alongside in the commentary booth, and we are ready for 3 hours of racing. Qualifying has come to a close. The grid order is being set here on the Duttingerhauer before they'll begin that run, and that tricky battle down into what is arguably one of the most iconic opening corners in motorsport. Such a tricky turn at the Yokohama S.
It is, yeah, and it's such a tricky braking zone as well, because you're approaching it at a different speed than you would be on a flying lap. So judging that braking point is always important, and you don't want to get into any silly incidents on the first corner on the first lap of a 3-hour race. But how often do we see it? Not just here in the virtual world, but I've seen so many NLS races where there's been side-to-side contact and a team are delayed with technical problems and damage and things like that. So you've got to take it really careful. But of course, on the other hand, there's the chance to make up some positions as well. So we'll see how Mitchell de Jong holds that challenge from the front row of the grid. You're right. It is. You know exactly where you are in the world, where you see a big field of cars piling into that steep downhill braking zone, into the such tight right-hander.
Yeah, and of the 56 cars that will be taking to the green flag here, let's be completely honest here. The likelihood of all of them getting through that opening corner, or at least the opening Grand Prix loop, safely and pointing in the right direction is pretty low. Everyone does get a bit elbows out, because whatever track position you make on that first run onto the green hell, that kind of holds for that first lap until you get back round to Duttingenhoe. Everyone kind of goes a bit single file on the race round. There'll be the odd bits of side by side, I'm sure, but it's very risky.
It is, yeah. You got to be careful. You got to keep eyes ahead. I mean, look at last time out, we saw HRT Ford, Mitchell de Jong on pole position, but that was not how the race finished up, of course. So it can go wrong, not just at the start, but at any point. So many drivers compete on this circuit, and this circuit alone, for good reason, because it is the ultimate challenge. And just getting to the end of these races is a challenge in itself. Who's going to come out with it on top, though? It's really difficult to call. These top 5-6 cars all have a really strong shout at the win today.
Well, you said Falcon Sim Racing, they were victorious last round from 7th position on the grid. They run in 3rd in this one. But I get the feeling those chances, those mistakes that were made on strategy from Shezza Esports when it comes to shortening the pit stop time, that surely isn't going to happen again today.
You'd hope not, no. That's the thing with these professional teams is, yeah, they might make mistakes occasionally, but they tend not to repeat those mistakes. So I wouldn't expect that to happen again today. They'll be looking to execute as best as possible, and it's down to the drivers as well to make sure that they play their part and don't make any error. But for any of us watching as casual fans and casual iRacers, we know just getting around a lap of this place is challenging. So the lap times that these drivers are able to extract is just remarkable. So yeah, let's sit in awe of what they're capable of.
Well, the patient and nervous wait will continue for the other categories, the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy, Nürburgring, the SP10s, and of course the M2s. They will have their moment in the spotlight on the race round to the green flag. But the nervous moment is building and building and building in the SP9 category as the HRT Esports by Coanda team, Mitchell de Jong behind the wheel, alongside Norby Kish for Shezza Esports, Sindre Setsource, Alexei Nessov, Phil Deners, Jaden Conroy. They're all about to do battle, along with about 14 other SP9 cars. They head their way through the final complex of corners, back out onto the start-finish straight. The control will head over to Mitchell de Jong, and that race down into the opening corner will indeed begin. 3 hours of racing ahead of us, and who will come out on top? There's a look back to your championship leaders, the race winners a couple of weeks ago. Can they steal away another one here at the Green Hell? We begin racing. Great reaction to the race start from Alexei Nessov as he was trying to find his way straight to the outside of Norby Kish. But of course, that run down to the opening corner, we'll see Mitchell de Jong holding a tight line. Look at that, though, from J-Mo Hartling on the outside in that man filter Mercedes, trying to stick one all the way around the outside. Going to lose out a little bit here to potentially BS Competition and to the Marla Sim Racing team. They're going to go side by side as they work their way through the opening sector. There's side by side ahead of all of this as well between the Lion GP car and the Nürburgring Esports. It was a great reaction to start from Alexei Nessov, but he is feeling the pressure from the mighty Mustang.
Good start there from the pole sitter Mitchell de Jong, but it's showing as a black flag for man filter by WWR Windward Racing for J-Mo Hartling. He did get a great start, but maybe too good a start. He's showing with a black flag. Also the Lion GP Ford that's in battle at the moment with Alexei Nessov as they come through the left-hander and down towards the sharp right on the Grand Prix circuit, but Nessov has to give best. So Lion GP up to 4th, but with a black flag hanging over them at the moment.
Yeah, I get the feeling some of those black flags might be rescinded and race control might investigate it for themselves. SimRC dropping backwards here. Alex Moore not having a particularly great moment as the German simracing.de team going to look to the inside as they work their way through the SS section before we get back out onto the green hell. Obviously, it's tricky to jump straight back round it in racing conditions, but as I said before, generally speaking, what you enter the green hell, once you enter the Nordschleife in that position, it tends to be what you hang on to at least for most of the laps. Stint won by Simon KRS Motorsport car. Marvin Scheider was a little bit wide there going through the speed Schmidt curve, and maybe a couple of nervy moments. As the SP9s come through, though, we focus back to our Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, and it's EMM's 905, the race winner last time out, the pole sitter this time out. You've got Adrian Garicki alongside the Frozen Speed by Grid and Go-Kart. And the battle for them will begin on that race down into the opening corner. It'll be an outside line, though, for EMM, the 905 car, and that might not be too handy for them. Got to get a bit full send. There's a crash already on the start-finish straight. You've got Sherritt Esports off and into the barrier before we've even got race on the first corner, and a huge lock-up and a big slide coming in as it's absolute chaos at the opening corner. I'm not sure exactly who that was, but there was a massive moment in there, and the Carl cars dropping down the order. Huge drama at turn 1.
What a mess. What a mess of a race start there. The SP9 category was pretty clean and tidy, but not so much in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Deary me. But what it means, though, is Julian Sonnen for Coanda Esports 918 is into the lead with Doer Esports Nikolai Pedersen right in behind there too. But our pole sitter, oh, not so good for the pole sitter. All the way down in 8th at the moment for Raphael Renhofer.
Yeah, the only thing is, obviously there's 2 Coanda cars in there, and I think it might have been the second of them, it might have been Oscar Pai, that made side-by-side contact on the race into that opening corner. It might have been with the Sherritt Esports second car, the 916. There was side-by-side contact in the braking zone, which was what sent the blue and yellow Porsche Cup car straight through the middle of the leading group. But huge drama in the opening stages here in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, and yeah, comparing that to the race start in the SP9s, that's much more chaotic there in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Over into the SP10s though, we'll see how chaotic this one gets. Vulcan Sim Racing, SimRC, there's one starting on the front row before a whole row rather of Lion GP cars who I suspect won't be getting embroiled in contact on the race towards the opening corner. Obviously a good run coming in there from the Lion GP duo behind, and a look to the outside coming in from Moritz Lerner to try and steal something away, but a big slide, and he's going to drop down the order. It's still chaotic as we've got plenty of cars getting into it. I think there's one of the German sim racing cars as well having a bit of contact, and the Lion GP car there of Moritz Lerner dropping right the way down. What is happening?
Oh dearie me. Well, we're getting word in penalty for BS competition incident number 1, car number 23 getting a drive-through penalty for incident responsibility. Car number 23 at the moment, not their race not going to plan at the moment. Car number 23 is the SRC Commerce Esport car in the SP10 category.
Yeah, so that I think has we've got a couple of penalties that are overhanging the Vulcan Sim Racing SP10 car also off in the background. This is a very chaotic start. Now we do have the M2s and the SP10 starting at the same time, so when you see cars like this you think, oh, they're basically the same, but there will be a couple of times where you see cars basically overlapping each other and getting very confusing as to which one's an M4 GT4 or SP10 car and then the M2. So we'll figure that out as we go. But either way, like you say, there was a couple of penalties coming out. We do have another one over the head. So we've got the SSC Commerce Esports car. That was for the wrong start number. They were supposed to be in the 177. They're in the 23. So that's been evaluated as a 10-second stop and hold penalty. And there is also the number 49, which will be receiving a stop and hold penalty of 60 seconds. That will be announced later on lap 5. Race control will dish that one out. That was for not having a real driver behind the wheel. Also a few drive-through penalties coming out of the early stages of this qualifying session, early stages of this race rather, so plenty of race control getting involved in the start of this race.
Yeah, they've been busy, that's for sure, and they're going to be more busy, I think, with all of the action at the beginning, as one of the M2s coming up through Flugplatz right now. Lots of damage at the front of the car there.
Yeah, indeed. Like I said, a couple of not so great starts to the race. You think it's only 3 hours, so maybe you have to get on after it, and a few drivers coming a cropper courtesy of that. I think the TSR Racing car has returned to pit lane from the SP10 category. The 169 in that one, Eunice Traub behind the wheel. So I think there's, again, I'm not surprised. We saw quite a lot of contact there down in the opening corner in our Porsche Cup category and in the SP10s and M2s. What we do know at the front of the field, we've got a bit of a breakaway here. The Mustang duo of HRT Esports by Coanda, Mitchell de Jong, and Shezza Esports' Norby Kish starting to run away. But look behind all that, the Lion GP Cup BS competition, Manfilter and Marla, the four-way fight at the moment for 5th position. There's the Manfilter car that's making the move. J-Mo Hartling trying to get past Jaden Conright here as we ride on board, looking back from Finn Feeblehouse, the Lion GP driver. They're going to go 3 wide with BS competition as well. Jaden Conright on the furthest right of your screen. The Manfilter car's going to sneak its way past the pair of them as we head our way down into Tiergarten. Great couple of uses of that V8 power.
Yeah, V8, Stuttgart V8 versus Detroit V8, and oh no! Oh, big crash there for the BMW number 19. Next Level Racing Esports gets it all wrong at the Tiergarten. So easy to get it wrong there, but that is fast to that part of the circuit.
Yeah, and Nürburgring Esports were involved in that as well. Lion GP dropping back behind Marla. So Marla getting up now into 7th position. Lion GP, Finn Feeblehouse dropping down to 8th position. Phil Dinez getting up to 7th. Jaden Conright, sister teammate, directly ahead. You can race around this part of the circuit. You can have those big sends, those big dives. We don't typically see them until a bit later on in the race, especially if, again, go back a couple of weeks and see the final lap of the race. You see plenty of big dives coming in at this part of the circuit. Mustang seems to have some pretty solid brakes, as was shown just a couple of weeks ago. I am more concerned for the rest of the SP9 category that we do have a bit of a breakaway low at the top. We saw that a little bit on the Dittinger Her there, the HRT Esports by Coanda and Shezza Esports kind of gathering about 1.5 seconds over the rest of the category. These are all really dropping off quite a bit courtesy of their battling though.
They are, yeah, the momentum is so important, and yeah, when you're in those battles, it definitely just strips away lap time. Now, those black flags that we mentioned at the beginning of the race, they have been cleared for particularly the Manfilter team by Winward Racing. J-Mo Hartling, who sits in 5th at the moment and looks to be pretty racy as well. So he'll try and run down the gap to Alexei Nezov in 4th, which is the gap at the moment is 3.2 seconds between them. Meanwhile, in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, Julian Sonnen leading the way, but the Dur Esports car of Nikolai Pedersen right in behind, who still has a black flag showing, but may well have that clear. But look at the double bubble trap from the frozen speed car. Adrian Gereich is going to go all the way to the front of the field. He pops out. Has he got enough of an overrun? He does. There you go. This is Talladega stuff coming through Antonius Bucca and then to the Tiergarten now. Side by side between Coanda and Dur then go into 2nd. So Coanda, who are leading going onto the Dottinger Row, are now 3rd.
Now, the Dur Esports car will actually keep its drive-through penalty. That was not for an in-sim race start procedure infringement, which would be investigated by race control. That was courtesy of using the pit entry coming from the Nordschleife is not allowed in qualifying. So there was a mistake on that side. I think you've got to go round and then drive in to the pit lane basically by taking a short chute, and that was not done by Nikolai Nygaard Pedersen. So the 909 courtesy of that breach was drive-through. This is a look at the race start in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. That was just a lot of people tripping over each other trying to get 4 wide.
Yeah, it was. And if you're new to racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and you're thinking that's just a really silly rule. That's, you know, why is that got a penalty? That is exactly how it is in the NLS and in the Nürburgring 24-hour in the outdoor world. It's exactly the same rule. You know, the idea is to mimic those rules as much as possible, and the idea is that you're not cutting across, so it keeps one lane. So it's a safety issue.
And it's why there's other rules on, like if you're using that short chute. We actually were riding on board. Was it with the Falcon sim racing car?
Yes.
You hold right on the way out until you've crossed the start finish, and then you can move back over. There's another couple of looks. So it was the Spirilus racing car that received the bit of contact there from Commander onto the first corner. You saw that bump going in. I mean, the first corner around here is extremely difficult. Right, you come up and over that crest that we all, if you've driven the circuit, you'll know very well. The crest on the exit of pit lane, when you're driving around the circuit, where that crest happens is pretty much 9 times out of 10 where you want to start braking. And you can easily receive a lockup or the car dances around a little bit. That's what causes some contact, and then that big cluster down into turn 1. That's where that drama came from. I'm sure race control will be investigating that, because I'm absolutely sure it'll be reported. In fact, EMM 905 has reported the 917 Commander Esports for an infringement down into turn 1 on lap 1. So we will get an update from race control as to what's happening on that one.
I would think they'll be having a look at the Spirilus Racing number 910 as well, of Nicholas Last, who got it a little bit wrong on the brakes, you have to say. And the thing is, as well, is that those Porsche 992 GT3 Cups, they don't have the same braking performance of a GT3 car. They've got a much longer braking zone and no ABS as well, of course. So that makes that downhill braking zone much, much more difficult. So it is understandable. Well, despite the damage, not an issue for the performance of the number 225 car in the BMW CS Racing category. That is at the moment at 225.
It's 275.
275, excuse me, Wolf Motorsport, yes. Battling away for 5th place at the moment, despite no front aero at all.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're basically like a bit of a road car with a bit more power and a bit more aero. There is a bit of a half spin for the Adopt Don't Shop car, so unfortunately just there might have been a bit of contact. It can be very easy to let the car slide around on the exit of some of these corners, especially if you get up on that marbling. But you're absolutely right, the damage to the front end of Conor Carnick's car clearly not slowing it down at this point in the circuit, but you've got to imagine that there is quite a lot of drag coming off the front end of that M2. This is the fight for 4th position in category. So Leon Manning in the Split Esports red car has dropped behind into 5th. Around, going down into on the Duttinger, when you've got some decent slipstream, it's not so much of a problem. As soon as it's you punching the hole, it's punching a very big and very drafty hole in the air. So I can imagine that might be pretty hard for Conor Carnick to hang on to 4th position, but I'm sure he'll dig deep as we take a look on board. This is on board with Jaden Conrad, but you can see on the top right of your screen, that is Phil Denez.
Yeah, I was going to say that's not Jaden Conrad.
That's not.
No.
Of course, Phil Denez is behind the wheel of the Marla team, and you can see he's in a BS competition top, because he is still a BS competition driver, as the Marla team in this are run by BS competition.
Yes, exactly. Jaden Conrad with a good opening stint so far, holding on to JMO Hartling in that Mercedes AMG. Now we'll see the difference between those cars. But there comes Phil Dennis, who's right behind. There he was. So he was in the picture, and he's very much in the picture in terms of this race as well, because they're trying to side draft one another down the Dottinger Hole as well. I'll tell you what, there's nothing wrong with the straight line speed of that Ford, because it's not, the Ford's actually not losing speed there, despite the BMW being in the slipstream. Now look, the Ford gets a bit of a slipstream now from the Mercedes AMG, but then Conrad and the BMW gets their drag now as well. This is proper Talladega Daytona style racing as well, as they come up towards the Tiergarten, and all of a sudden you get it wound all the way down to probably 3rd gear there, depending on the car, and then back on the power all the way down the front straight. But it's Conrad who makes some moves there as well, and JMO Hartling, well, a bit of a sitting duck
Yeah, just nothing really that Hartley could do. A bit of a flash of the lights coming in from Phil Denez to the back of Jaden Comright, and then sending it down the inside. That was probably inter-team communication saying, by the way, I am sending it down the inside of you at T1. Well, there is much inter-team communication between the pair of them. We'll have to wait and see. But it was one thing that was noted last round is that the Mustangs do not struggle in straight line performance, and you quite rightly pointed out there, they definitely do not struggle when it comes to that straight line power. They're absolutely pokey in a straight line, flying down the Dittinger and look pretty comfortable. We saw on your screen there was a drive-through penalty handed out to the Phototech by WMS car, so Tim Barnes behind the wheel is receiving a penalty. That was for moving to the left after the green flag, causing the collision that we saw on the start-finish straight. That was for the 915 car in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring car. There is a bit of damage on the front of that Mustang, I think, or is that just my eye, how it bends up with the gold front on the Stint 1 car? Maybe it's just my eye.
I like the gold. The gold looks cool. Gold. Yeah. And not really much of a fight given there at all between those two Ford Mustangs. The position gain then for Sim RC, Alex Moore, Stint 1 KRS, and Marvin Scheide deciding to just slip in behind. Sometimes you see that. Sometimes following on the Nordschleife can be advantageous. I mean, particularly when you come on to the Dottinger as the front runners in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring are doing right now. Julian Sonnen in second position with Dürr Esports right in behind, and the Frozen Speed car, Adrian Gereich, has pulled away, second and a half up the road right now. So a great lap for the Frozen Speed car. Of course, Frozen Speed, one of the top photography companies here at the Nürburgring. Jochen from Frozen Speed takes some unbelievable shots, knows the circuit in the side and out and back to front.
I'm not taking any good photographs of you.
Not in action, no.
No, okay, that's fine. I'll allow it.
I don't think anyone's ever taken a good photograph of me.
Look, we'll see after a round of golf, yeah? 1.2 seconds, you're absolutely right. Frozen Speed by Grid and Go flying at the moment around here, as is our leaders in the SP9 category. Into the pit lane there, we do have a few drive-through penalties to deal with. I think that might have been the first attack by WMS car into the pit lane. I will say, reports from race control, they've done up to 13. We have 24 either noted or reported to race control. So they are very busy at the moment, as expected after the chaotic opening scenes. Under investigation now is the 917 Commander Esports car that is up in contention in the Porsche Cup category. So that one is now the one to be investigated. That was for the turn 1 incident that EMM basically paid a bit of a price for. Yeah, and I think now the story is, can EMM fight back, because they proved in the previous round that they're the dominant force on pole, and then won by 19 seconds, a big margin compared to the other categories at the opening round. So they've clearly got a race-winning car and lineup underneath them, but at the moment they're only 4.1 off the lead, so they're definitely making moves forward, our EMM number 905. But yes, they will be a little bit aggrieved having been on pole position and now having to go on the fight back through, they feel, no fault of their own. But this isn't a 20-minute formula race where, you know, you're frustrated by it and there's not really much you can do and you just have to throw everything at it and try and work your way back. This is still 3 hours of racing on the Nordschleife. There's plenty of time, there's plenty of opportunity, there's plenty of strategy that will assist you returning back into the fight. Speaking of fights, this is the top fight in the SP10 category. We've got Williams Sim Racing, we've got Sim RC, we've got Lion GP. He's one of the Lion GP cars after Moritz Lerner dropped down the field. He's not a million miles off of being back in fire, but it is Kai Schubert's Lion GP car that sits in third position. Then it's back to the Eiffel Racing car, which is about 2 and a bit seconds off, and before we get the Nürburgring Esports, and then the second of the Lion GP cars. they're not really separated by too much, really, any of this category. They're all still keeping relatively tight despite their opening corner drama.
Yeah, superb three-car fight for SP10. As long as you're a BMW fan, you're happy right now. It's those three M4s absolutely locked together. And then if you're a BMW fan, you're going to love the M2 class for obvious reasons, because they're all BMWs. The CS Racing category, BS Competition, a team that have been affiliated with the Munich brand for so many years now, with Scherer, a team that aren't necessarily a BMW brand, or BMW team, but they are in the virtual world, and they're sitting in second at the moment. Also in a locked-in three-car fight with Nürburgring Esports in there as well, with Daniel Muth at the wheel. But of course, same package. Connor Carnick getting a good run here in 5th position. Remember, does not have the straight line speed, and I think is struggling a little bit. Needs all of that slipstream he can get.
And do you know what? If I was Connor Carnick right now, I understand like wanting to get through, because obviously you'd sit there and think the Simulator Esports red car is probably not as fast as you are at the moment. But that's not going to help. I'd almost just sit behind for a bit, just play the first stint, see how it unfolds. But of course, he wants to get after it. And Connor Carnick there, completely overcooking the corner, allowing the Venari car to come straight through. And losing the spot, dropping down to 6th position goes the Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing car. So Simulator Esports Red able to hang on. Adopt Don't Shop aren't that far behind either. And all this fighting's doing is just going to drag that lot back into it. But I can understand the frustrations for Connor Carnick in the opening stage of this race, because losing the front of the car, it's not ideal. And it's one of those ones, obviously your teammate can assist and actually tell you what's gone on. But behind the wheel of the car, you'd know that something was wrong. But unless your teammate tells you, it's probably actually quite hard to figure out exactly what's gone wrong, because, well, I mean, the car's still plenty pacey enough.
Maybe just notice it on the straight, maybe with straight line speed, but Simulator Esports Red, they also don't have the showroom fresh front end either. The blue and white machine sitting in 4th place, number 278 of Leon Mannin, has got a bit of damage to the front. Not quite as much as Connor Carnick, to be fair, but it's definitely not in showroom condition. Leaves the door open at Sabina Schmidt's curve, and Bjorn Anslang from Venari Racing says, I'll have a go at that, but not quite able to close the deal, unfortunately, as they head down into the Hatzenbach.
Maybe from that one corner alone, I started to maybe understand why Connor Carnick was getting frustrated and wanting to get through, because in the small time that we're looking at the Simulator Esports red car of Leon Mannin, a few apexes have been missed, and Connor Carnick is a rapid driver in the N2 category, and when you're sat there and you're seeing a couple of apexes being missed, it can be a little bit frustrating. You want to get through, but of course that's just because the pressure that's going onto the shoulders of that Simulator Esports red car. This is on board with the Scherer Esports car towards the back end, 19th position of the SP9 category. The final spot, 22 seconds off of the next car. In for a bit of a lonely drive in this opening stint of the race, and hope to get a little bit close to people once the first pit stops have commenced. But this is one of those ones where I think it really hammers home the strength of the field in all of our categories, but especially here in the SP9s. Is obviously Scherer Esports, quality team. They've had some early dramas in this race that have pushed them down this position, but it's still final position in the SP9 category, and we'll ride on board and see some of those corners, see some of the speed and focus that's applied around here. I couldn't get anywhere near this lap time, and I'm not that slow in the world of sim racing. I couldn't get anywhere near that pace.
Well, this is the thing as well, is that, you know, Jochen Krumbach, he's won his class at the Nürburgring 24 before. You know, so you're talking a proper operator in the outdoor world of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. But I think it's also a look into how nuanced the sim is and how it's a different skill in itself. And you know, we have drivers like Phil Dennis who probably his absolute strongest suit is his sim pace, probably the same Mitchell de Jong, but they also happen to have real-world experience as well.
Absolutely. I mean, look, a lot of the times, I mean, you were talking about Norby Kish a bit earlier on. A lot of these times with these big teams, they have real-world drivers that are fast in sim and obviously fast in real world. I remember, obviously, when I know he's still affiliated with the team and such, but Bruno Spengler behind the wheel, of course, in the was it the BMW Bank car?
Yes.
In DNLS back in a couple of seasons ago, and obviously, you know, I wouldn't even know where to begin going through his motorsport accolades. Bruno Spengler is one of the fastest drivers, especially GTs, DTM, whatever it is. Like, he's rapid and was rapid on the sim as well. And so it's always one of those ones. Obviously, it's a very transferable skill. Not everyone can do it, can go from the real world into the sim and be fast, but there are enough out there. There's plenty to look at. Dura Esports then have been into the pit lane for their penalty, so finally served that one from after race control dished that out a little bit earlier on in the day. I will say the race control, having looked at that turn one incident in the Porsche Cup category there, is Smiralist Racing, who have received a 10-second penalty for contact down into the opening corner.
Perfect gift for Christmas for a Nürburgring fan. The annual of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series for 2025. Get on to Group C verlag.de to order your copy of the story of this year's Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, or if you happen to be visiting the Nürburgring, go to the Tankstelle. The petrol station on Dottinger Ho has the most incredible collection of model cars for sale, but also a good book selection as well. And they always have the annual of the year of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, and indeed of that year's Nürburgring 24 as well.
Sounds like I need to take another visit to the Nordschleife. It's been a couple of years since I've been back. I've only been twice. I'm not as fortuned as yourself, Peter. I'm sure you've been a fair amount. You know, I've been a couple of times. I've been thrown around in a 1.6 litre Mazda 3.
Oh my!
Yeah, it struggled. But
were you driving?
No, God no. Mine's a 2.2 litre Mazda 6. It's all right. Still would struggle. But no, it was a guy called Nicholas Hillebrand that was taking me for a lap around, an adventure around the circuit.
Very nice. Yes, I have to say I've never been around the circuit. I've commentated on the Nürburgring 24 the last 3 years, but never been around the circuit. So I need to put that right.
A little busy when you go, isn't it?
A little, yes,
yeah.
Yes, a little. But yeah, it was there 2023. First time I went was when Frickadelli got their first ever win, and it was really an emotional day. It was very, very special. Ferrari's first win, of course, as well. There was a lot of firsts that day. Really, really special. And then there for the drama of the closing hours last year between the Rover BMW and the Manthey Porsche. I'm sure the discussions about that still rumble on.
No, I remember going, because my first experience was 2018, and that was the weekend where I decided to stop trying sim racing as a driver, trying to be fast, and skip it and move to commentary. I speed ran that part. I was not fast enough, and there was a big event there as we're seeing some navigating through traffic, BS competition, still trying to keep a lot of pressure onto the shoulders here of the EWJ car, which from memory started from the back of this field and has worked its way up into 6th. We'll have to double check that one, and as to why Jaden Conwright is down to 7th along with the man filter car of JMO Hartling. There has certainly been some form of drama for Conwright and Hartling as to why they're back here. I'm sure we'll get a replay or something, because obviously they were up there in the fight with Nürburgring Esports and Mahler.
I think Dennis has just pulled away. I think Phil Dennis in that Mala Ford is just pulled away, and the EWJ car of Noah Eder is driving beautifully at the moment. Great spot there up into 6th places. It's a drag race again on the Dottinger Ho. Stuttgart versus Munich, AMG versus BMW M, and is it going to be the AMG that Hartley, who just snips across the nose of Jaden Conroy as they approach Antonius Book at that absolutely flat out left-hander into the compression at Tiergarten. And tell you what, Conroy is not giving it up. He's going to go for it. Conroy going to try and make the move here into Tiergarten, and he does. Great move there by Conroy, and through he goes then, making that position back again up into 7th place, and Hartley's got it all to do once more.
I know Phil Denez and Alexi Nessel might have checked away, but for me, my gut instinct tells me that there is more to this story as to why they're behind. It's why they're behind the EWJ car. That's a little bit like, well, but they were keeping up at a part of the fight for 4th position. Well, my gut instinct, or 5th position, my gut instinct is there's a little bit more.
Well, they're both a 7:51, their best lap, 7:51. In fact, Jaden Conroy's just done his best lap of the race.
Maybe it is just
so I think it's just pace, because the EWJ car, its best lap is 7:49.3, and it's just done a 7:50, so going well. But Phil Denez and Alexei Nezov, last lap 7:48. So yeah, they're just checking away.
Yeah, I guess so. Unfortunately, the EWJ car, as we're talking about it, you can see at the top of your screen, we said about there was it would come at the end of lap 5. There was a 60-second stop and hold that would go their way. That has just come out. That was for not having a real-world driver in their car. So unfortunately, despite this start to the stint, start of the race being absolutely incredible from Noah Eder, they'll be returning to the pit lane for a 60-second stop and go. This is a battle for the lead in the SP10 category with Tim Yarshall, I think, sent off a little bit there, and a bit of a spin round after contact between themselves and Sim RC that sits 2nd in the category. Of course, that was much earlier on in the race. A bit awkward there for Tim Yarshall.
Yeah, did he get sent off, or did he just get the corner wrong? Did he come kind of bowling in on the inside and not have the correct speed, potentially? At least that's the right part of the circuit to go off the road. If you are going to go off the road, you do not want to go off the road on the Nordschleife, because usually it's end of day if that happens. Interestingly now, Jaden Conroy is pulling away quite significantly as they go through Flugplatz ahead of J-Mo Hartling. So is J-Mo Hartling starting to struggle a little bit in this mid part of the stint? He's going for nearly 35 minutes. So Hartling, as he comes through Schwedenkreuz, one of the coolest corners, not just on this circuit, just one of the coolest corners in the world. Yeah. 270 kilometers an hour an SP9 car is going through there at.
Yeah, it is absolutely thrilling through Schwedenkreuz into the braking zone of Arenberg. Oh, it's a tricky one to tell, isn't it there? Tim Yarshall getting spun around by the Sim RC car, and almost a scary rejoin as well, but that's fine. We'll head back up to the, I was going to say the lead battle, but not quite, in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. We've got the likes of Shezza Esports trying to work their way up. This is the battle, I think, for 4th position into the pit lane. Though comes Shezza Esports. I think that's the server penalty. I wasn't Shezza, never mind.
So the gap between last time out winner EMM 905 Raphael Renhofer, pole sitter of course, that gap is coming down to the lead. So Adrian Gereik, who leads for Frozen Speed by GNG, that gap is now just over 3 seconds. It was around 4.5 a lap or two ago. So that gap is being trimmed down. So the win is still very much in hand and possible for car number 905, the championship leader, EMM Esports.
The Avi car there getting their way past Shezza Esports. It's the Carl car of Jan Winter in 7th position in category that currently sits ahead of Max Noth and Marcel Moroch. at the moment for the Shezza Esports car. They're all switching for positions. The car that came into the pit lane was the Foso Tech by WMS car. Tim Barnes behind the wheel of that one. So they returned to the pit lane for a penalty. We do have so many penalties that have come out, or at least reports. We're up to 30 reports or instance or notes, penalties, whatever, from race control. We're at 30, which I know that includes qualifying, but in 36 minutes shows how chaotic the opening stages to this race have been. Battle for the M2 lead though, BS Competition and Shera Esports all in battle at present. The 284 ahead of the 269, and of course you've got the Nürburgring Esports car sat there in third in category. They are about 20 seconds clear of the Venari car in fourth. They have had a proper breakaway.
That is an amazing breakaway, isn't it? And the fact that they're in that bunch of three there as well. Although BS Competition very strong in this latter part of the lap as they come through the through Schwalbenschwanzen towards the Kleine carousel. Very, very impressive from this lead three. BS Competition, Scherer as well. As we switch to the SP10s, Williams Sim Racing, it's like a carbon copy, isn't it? You got three BMWs in obviously in the M2 class all together, and an SP10, well, just a slightly elongated version of it.
Yeah, indeed, and a little bit quicker, it must be said. Williams Sim Racing, Sim RC, and the Lion GP Schubert behind the wheel of the 166, first through third. Now 4.4 seconds ahead of Moritz Lerner, who will be ruining that spin down at the opening corner. I'm not necessarily sure as to what happened to Moritz Lerner in the opening stage of the race, because it's one of those ones, like, deep down my gut instinct would be like, oh, someone's like punted him or spun, but I'm like, I don't think anyone was near him. I think it was a solo slide from Moritz Lerner, which is rare from a driver of that caliber. He sits 2.3 seconds ahead of Tim Yarshall, who's closing his way back up in the Falcon Sim Racing SP10 car that is now fifth in category after the spin and contact between themselves and Sim RC. I haven't seen anything from race control at the moment, but again, the list is massive, so bear with me. About an investigation between the Falcon Sim Racing car and the Sim RC car. The only thing that has been noted by race control is Tim Yarshall might have been speeding on the formation lap.
So it may be academic anyway, if there's a penalty for that. Meanwhile, in SP9 up towards the sharp end of the overall pack, Falcon Sim Racing under a little bit of heat now. Sindri Setsos for Falcon in the BMW, Alexei Nezov trying to use that big, I was going to say British V8, but that's partly true. Of course, has its roots in Stuttgart, shall we say. Right in behind the BMW, trying to get the draft as best as possible. And then, just ahead of them is the Shezza Esport AMG of Norby Kiss. 10 seconds up the road to Mitchell de Jong in the Ford Mustang. Amazing.
Wonder if there's much frustration in the HRT Esports by Coanda camp after getting pole position a couple of weeks ago and not being victorious, where they've said, right, this time that isn't happening. 10 seconds clear is a wild margin in such a competitive category, as once again the Wolf BMW M2 loses out again. It's the Thomas Eng Sim Racing car that gets through. Kodakarnik is struggling. I am now getting from the Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing car of Kodakarnik, they've finally, for the front end of that car, received a meatball flag. So the black and orange flag, which says you've got to return to pit lane to repair the damage, and Kodakarnik will work its way, will drag that Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing car into pit lane now. So finally should get that damage repaired, but it's going to lose a whole lot of time in doing so.
We've got our first pit caller in SP9 as EWJ Baumerschen and number 49 are in the pits at the moment. Of course, they had a... Pardon?
I think that's penalty.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's a penalty. But of course, when they're in there, they'll get service as well. So the penalty being served at the moment for EWJ. 60 seconds of that, and then and then some fuel and probably tyres to take on board as well. Of course, they've got a 30-second minimum pit stop time to serve as well, so time for fuel and tyres to go on there. It's interesting. It could well have been a strategical thing for EWJ if they felt that they could not get a real-world driver that was at least within a minute over the course of a stint on pace to their sim driver. Maybe they thought, actually, we're just going to take the penalty and we're going to try and fight back from it.
I mean, that is potentially a strategy. I was going to say, is it not a stop and go though, in the sense of you have to serve that separately to a pit stop? Because normally,
good point.
This is why I think they've come in to serve it. There is a couple of teams, the likes of Smirlis and the likes of German Sim Racing, the number 35 car, that received 10-second time penalties, and those, much like what you get in, say, Formula 1, where you can serve that 10 seconds and then your pit stop's additional to the minimum 30-second pit stop time. But I'm pretty sure that is the breaches. You have to do it as a stop and go, i.e. you've got to come into the pit lane, stop for 60 seconds, and then leave the pit lane, and you can do nothing else on the car in that time. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that is the case for that penalty.
Okay, so yeah, all other penalties, especially drive-through penalties, may not be combined with a pit stop.
Yeah.
So yeah, so you're right. It is a separate. It is a separate thing, because the reason why I'm getting confused is that in Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series or Nürburgring 24, there's a penalty box.
Yeah,
where you go and serve your penalty and then go to the spits.
Which I think might be the case for the 10 seconds time, for the other time penalties, like the 10 seconds time penalties. I think there is a penalty box right at the start.
Yes, which is where it normally is.
Serves, yeah.
Yes, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I only remember that from because I did some of the photography a few years ago for these events, and I remember that being a thing in that. And obviously, commentating on a couple of races, not too many of them, but I'm pretty sure that still holds true, at least in this category. This is the battle for second position in the Porsche Cups. EMM in their 905 car. You can see the frozen speed by Grid and Go car. That's 3.5 seconds clear. We've got Coanda keeping nice and close company as we head back to the Carlar, Avia and Sheza eSports battle a little bit further down in the Porsche Cup category.
Also, the EMM car has got a bit of damage to the rear of that Porsche 992 GT3 Cup, so it doesn't appear to be holding them back in terms of pace. They don't have the fastest lap of the race though. An 8:02.3 plays an 8:02.1 of our leader, but very much on the pace for Raphael Renhofer, who's 3.5 seconds behind Adrian Gareich. So got a little bit of work to do to run down that gap. But 905 EMM Esports back in the game after having that kind of pole position advantage neutralised in that chaotic start for the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Would that be polite?
Polite and maybe a little conservative. It was a bit wild. Let's just go with that. I will say the Fositec by WMS car that came into the pit lane to serve penalty. Speaking of the Porsche Cup category, they came in to serve penalty because of having won from the early stage. I think it might have been the one that actually caused that chaotic start, if memory serves. Came through, served it, also has another black flag. I wonder if there was speeding in the pit lane, because I'm not 100% sure if I see two penalties on the sheet for the 915. In fact, I definitely do not. So it's only for causing the race start issue where there was a drive-through penalty. I think may have picked up a second one for speeding in the pit lane, which is, I'm not going to say that's 100% the case, but it is like, it's rule number one when serving a penalty. Don't get a penalty when serving a penalty.
There you go, put that on a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Quote of the day from Lewis McGlade.
I know that because I've done it. In fact, it was at Silverstone once. I got a penalty while serving a penalty, and then while serving that penalty, you'll never guess what happened.
You got another one.
Got another one. It is one of the very few times where I have rage quit a race. I was so annoyed at myself. I was like, no, it's done.
In 5th place, Mirillis Racing, they've got a penalty hanging over them. Of course, they were the most ambitious, I would say, in that opening corner of the race. 10-second penalty hanging over them. Also 2 penalty points on the licence. Also a penalty for the number 35 German sim racing car for contact with the 16 Scherer Esport Ford. That's a 10-second time penalty. Moritz Freitag for Racing Lounge number 288, also with a 5-second penalty. But there is a lot more penalties potentially to come. Race control. I hope they've got plenty of tea and biscuits and coffee.
Yeah. Oh, see, now you're talking. I might run out to the shops after this. Now you said that. I mean, you can see a little bit of damage on the front end of the Commander Esports car in this fight in the Porsche Cup car. It's 5th position. Nicholas Last, not doing great by his namesake. Of course, up in 5th, so definitely not last. But these 2 cars, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure it was the 917 Commander. Oh, big moment for Oscar Pye. My goodness.
Well held.
Yeah, very much so. I'm pretty sure these 2 have already made contact this race, though, because I'm pretty sure that front end damage might have come from turn 1 when the Mirillis car was a bit out of sorts. And I'm pretty sure that these 2 bumped wheels going up and over that crest at T1.
And it was the 917 Commander crew that protested, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. It was the 905 EMM Esports car that put the protest in. But yes, they have previous. That's for certain. Speaking of EMM, number 905 trying to make a breakaway from the 918 Commander Esports Porsche. They rush through Moot Curve and up towards Gloucester Tal, and they are bumper to bumper in 2nd place. And this is not what EMM Esports need. They need a little bit of clear air to try and catch that frozen speed car. The team car not too far back either, 914 of Luca Alpert. I like how in this category most of the teams are using proper Porsche type numbers. A race leader 901, that's the original 911. 905, that's a Peugeot. Just gloss over that. 918, of course, 918 Spider road car. 914, the first little mid-engine 2-seater Porsche, that kind of very much the precursor to the Boxster. 910, Le Mans car of the mid to late 1960s. 917, well, it requires absolutely no introduction at all, and so on.
Yeah, it's good now. Is it intentional though?
Yes, very much intentional. Yes, clearly.
Yeah.
909, that's the Bird Spider hill climb car. 908, which came in many forms. We could go on, but we shan't.
You do know a few things about Porsches, Peter, far more than I. You have to teach me after 4 hours of golf. You have to teach me everything you know about Porsche.
Going full Yoda. Are those Christmas socks in the cockpit here? I think they may be. For our 4th place driver, Luca Alper. I think they're Christmas socks.
They're reindeers. Surely they're reindeers. Surely they are. Look, I've got my Christmas jumper downstairs. We are approaching the festive season. Well, we're in the festive season. We're approaching Christmas very quickly. My Christmas jumper there's got Star Wars on it, so it doesn't count. I'm not really a big Christmas guy. I will say, whilst we've been saying about all that, the SP10s, I believe, have been into the pit lane, and SimRC, Isaksen's in the race lead now of the SimRC category post pit stops. It's SimRC from Williams Sim Racing, from Lion GPs, the pair of their cars that are separated by 3.6 seconds, but there is a break in that category now. That sees about 1.5 seconds for the race lead in the SP10s post their first pit stops. That is where they are stopping. Then, in all likelihood, they're in for 2 more stops this afternoon.
In SP9, we've got a little bit of a because we've got Falcon Sim Racing in the lead, BS Competition in 2nd, and Stint 1 KRS in 3rd. They're the only 3 cars that have been able to go an extra lap. Whereas our former race leader, HRT Esports by Glenda Mitchell de Jong, has taken pit service and has actually come out with an even bigger lead over Norby Kiz of 18 seconds. But of course, they've got a little bit less on their stint, as have the rest of the field. So is that going to give Falcon, BS Competition and Stint 1 a little bit of an edge, potentially?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to talk about in those pit stops. We'll come back to that in just a second as we see a move to the outside. The Avia car getting past the Cheza Esports and the Porsche Cup. Are they heading their way into pit lane anytime soon? We've not seen a pit stop in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring cars at all yet today, or we've not seen really any of the M2s in the pit lane. A few of them have been in, but that's probably more for damage and such elsewhere. The SP9s and the SP10s have both taken visits into the pit lane for a majority of the field of each of those categories, and the fight between the 918 and the 905 EMM car continues here for second position. Julian Sun and Raphael Renhofer fighting over the runner-up place, where Frozen Speed, Grid and Go have Grid and gone. They are running away with things. You said about that gap, it's kind of ebbed and flowed a little bit, and Garicka's kind of ran away, dropped back to about 2.5 seconds, built that gap back up to nearly 4. I get the feeling that might be turning the wick up pre-pit stop a little bit here.
Well, this can then be over to the second driver to see how that plays out, because Raphael Renhofer at the moment, he's kind of locked in a battle with Julian Sonnen, who's moved back into second position. So that switching of positions between Kawanda and EMM in second and third is basically stopping the championship leader EMM 905 from running down that gap to Frozen Speed by GNG. If Adrian Gareich doing a super job at the moment, it has to be said. Meanwhile, Alexei Nezov and Phil Dennis locked in battle for what is 6th place at the moment, but of course 3 cars ahead of them do still need to pit at the end of the lap after a 7-lap stint as opposed to a 6-lap stint. Now, there is still 2 mandatory pit stops to take, but it's very likely that we're going to see 3, isn't it? Because unless you can, what's it, 7 laps times 8, yeah, you're still going to be short, but it's just how much that last pit stop takes. So if you can do 2 7-lap stints at a strong pace, then your last pit stop is going to be shorter, theoretically. But of course there's a 30-second minimum, isn't there? So that takes that out.
Which is maybe where, obviously, if you line it up and you think, oh well, we're going to be a lap short by the end of the race, well, you might as well spread that out more evenly across the day, because you can't splash and dash, because you've got that 30-second minimum pit stop time. Did see a little bit of the battle between BS Competition and Sherritt Esports. It's obviously at the top of the M2 category. This is looking back from Finn Weeblehouse, of course, the LionGPFences.com car and the Man-Filter team. Right on the rear end, JMO Hartling, who's been off the road down at T1. Obviously, just picking up a little bit of grass in that race down at the opening corner of the race, trying to make it 4 wide, which I've got to say, super brave. Super brave back there. I know it was an hour ago, still locked in my mind with how absolutely wild that was.
Just thinking about the fuel side of things, in order to save a stop, you'd have to do 2 8-lap stints to get that to work, and then because you would need to go over the hour, basically. So if you do a 7-lap stint, you're going to be short. You're going to need to do that 3rd stop, and with that 30-second minimum pit, it doesn't really matter if it's a splash and go or not. Yes, because your pit stops are going to be the same anyway, because you can take on a fuel fill and put new tyres on around that. I mean, looking at the pit stop times, Mitchell de Jong 26 seconds, so he's going to try and divvy them out across the 3 stops. 32 seconds for Norby Kiss, 33 for Phil Dennis, only 26 for Alex Moore, 35 for Josh Hislop. So there's some teams that are actually going over that 30-second minimum. I think you're just giving away time there if you're going over the 30-second.
Yeah, because you're going to give that time back later as the Falcon Sim Racing car Syndrace sources into the pit lane from the SP9 lead. But you're absolutely right. It sounds one of those ones like it's a 30-second minimum, which is great. Everyone's got the same time and stuff. When you start going over it, it's because you're putting obviously too much fuel in the car, or in that kind of vein. which then means that later on you're going to be coming into the pit lane and potentially putting in less fuel because you're saving that fuel. You don't need to put that fuel in later on if you follow my logic on that one. But you can't just leave the pit lane before the 30-second mark. You still have to stay in there for that 30 seconds. You're absolutely right. I think you're giving away time. However, there are smarter people behind the teams making the strategy than us. Bit of side-by-side here up towards Bravery Corner, but the position's already switched between the Shezza Esports team and the Avia car. So Shezza Esports up the order, and plenty of fighting here as we once again see Lion GP trying to get past, or trying to hold off, the man-filter car that works its way through.
Well, the man-filter machine still being driven by JMO Hartline, getting the elbows out in the battle here with Finn Fablehouse for what is at the moment 8th position, but the Stint 1 KRS Motorsport car likely to drop in behind it. It's sitting in the pits at the moment. It's one of those cars, one of those 3 cars that went on a 7-lap stint. They're all brewing nicely as we're approaching the top of that first racing hour here. 2 hours and 3 minutes to go here in the second round of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series.
Indeed, and the iRacing Esports Bike car is currently in a very strong position at the top of the SP9 category. One thing you mentioned earlier on is that they do have to switch drivers. Every team has 2 drivers, and that will play its fair share of drama throughout the day's racing, and that can bring the gaps close together. It can spread things further apart and bring cars that weren't in contention back into contention. That's before we see any of the major drama in those final 20 minutes, like what we had just a couple of weeks ago. We're about to hit the top of the hour, and we'll be back in just a few moments' time for 2 more hours of racing here in round 2.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen,
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
2 hours, 2 pit stops, and plenty of drama ahead of us here in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. It is the iRacing Team Esports by Coanda leading the way from Falcon Sim Racing and Shezza Esports at present in the SP9 categories. As the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring start their pit stop sequence, you can see the bottom of your screen, the current standings of the SP9s. iRacing Team 17 seconds clear. Mitchell de Jong is in control of the SP9 category. Lewis McGlade, Peter Mackay alongside the commentary booth. And it's been an excellent opening hour of racing with some drama at the first corner, some great battling throughout. But things start to calm a little bit in this middle hour, but that's where you can catch some teams napping.
Talking of being caught napping, Lewis, 30-second minimum pit stop time. Our race leaders, 26.6.
I did notice that earlier, and I was wondering, I wonder if they put whatever fuel they want in it and then have remained stationary in the box. Really important that you remain stationary in the box. That was what caught Shezza Esports out. It was timed. Their pit stop was timed. And I think it's a 10-second stop. Oh, sorry. I think it's whatever your time is that you've missed, rounded up, and you have to come back through for a stop and go. I think with Shezza Esports, it's 30 seconds minimum pit stop time. They stopped at 29.5. Really important to get that bang on 30 and above, because below it you get a penalty. And Shezza Esports were penalised for that last round out. So I do wonder if Mitchell de Jong, they've got the 26.6 seconds of pit stop time and then have remained there for a further 3 seconds, which is a bit of a waste.
I don't think so, because they their pit stop, like basically the pit lane time minus what's been in the pits, matches up with everyone else, 24 seconds or so.
Good.
So that means that they're under the minimum pit time, which is a penalty.
Surely it is, but
Oh dear.
well, we'll see if that one's under investigation by race control. The big list of drama. You can see the standings at present in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Of course, this is just post pit stop. Frozen speed by Grid and Go, currently about 3 seconds clear of the EMM Esports team that's been embroiled in a fight with the 918 Command. The 914 EMM car in 4th position. Before you can see the second of the commanders, we've got the lead, of course, in the AM category, that designated by the orange marks next to their name. I believe the one is Carlar Esports, Jan Winter, ahead of the Smirless car. And then we've got the rest of that category. You can see on your screen the Avia Chesser Esports car that we've seen battling time and time again over the last, particularly the last half an hour or so. Over the course of this race. Single retirement from this field is the Pole Promotions Esports car. Glania behind the wheel of that one. Unfortunately, they are a retirement for the race, and I believe sole retirement. Although the Team Nitro Cup, Jonas van Druyten, is into the pit lane and remains stationary in the pit lanes. I wonder if he'll be returning back out into the race circuit. Here's a look at the SP10 to SimRC, currently leading, actually just on your screen there, filtering their way through ahead of the Williams Sim Racing, 1.6 seconds. Lion GP then directly behind, 3rd and 4th position for them. It is Kai Shiva ahead of Moritz Lerner in that pair. Tim Yarshall, Falcon Sim Racing, trying to work their way back up into the mix, right onto the rear end of Moritz Lerner at the moment. The two of those separated by less than half a second. Tim Yarshall getting spun round to the opening stint of the race. Luca Domko for the Nürburgring Esports, Eiffel Racing GTU, and then the AC Oberhausen car. And of course, the final in this category, we'll see it in just a second, the SRC Commerce Esports. Ronnie Harnell behind the wheel has received a penalty earlier on. You do also have TSR Racing, who were in the pit lane a little bit earlier on. They are actually the 55th and final car going around this circuit at the moment, with 8 minutes and 13 seconds off of the lead in that given category. It's likely they're pretty much a lap down on the lead of the SP10 category, and an unfortunate start to the day for TSR Racing. Plenty of bits of drama in the SP10s and in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring on the opening lap of the race. We're seeing some fantastic fighting in the SP10s between Moritz Lerner in the Lion GP 167 and Tim Yarshall in the 170. One other category to get through though, and that is the lead, of course, in our M2s. BS competition at the moment just ahead of Scherer Esports, and when we say just ahead, we mean it. 0.6 of a second between Niels Koch and Ben Elias Reimer. Not too far behind that is Daniel Muth as well. The three cars there separated by just around 2 seconds. Venari in the 286 in 4th position, with Thomas Eng Sim Racing, Racing Lounge 77 and the NG Core and Smiller Red cars down into 8th position. All of those separate. The smallest gap for the rest of that is about 5 seconds between the Smiller Esports and the Enduro Racing car, Enduro Core Racing car in 7th position. The final few positions on this field, Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing, who we saw kind of carrying behind the wheel, unfortunately having some front end damage. They had to come in and serve that penalty courtesy of, they got a maple flag, a black and orange flag, meaning they had to come into the pit lane to repair that car. And then it's Adopt Don't Shop, who had a bit of a spin earlier on in the race, and Smiller Esports Green Maximilian Dam down in 11th position in category. And the penultimate car on this now 55 car grid. Some great battles though for the race lead, like we're seeing here in the M2s. BS competition leading by very little. Reimer is knocking at the door to steal that one away.
It's tight. It's very, very tight indeed. Brilliant to see in that BMW M2 CS Racing category. Now a little bit of multi-class traffic to consider. Oh, the Scherer was a little bit wide coming out of Galgenkopf with one of the Aston Martins trying to make the way through onto the Dottinger Hoe, and it's now a draft battle between those two at the front in BMW M2 CS.
Onto the Dottinger Hoe they go. The switch round will potentially see the Sherritt Esports car back into the race lead. I don't think it's any major dramas at the moment. Again, we do see this a lot with Top Flight Esports, whether it is here at DNLS or whether it'll be taking part in next month's 24 Hours of Daytona. The ideas of basically switching round throughout the race is pretty pertinent to hitting a fuel number sometimes. You know, sometimes it's not always good to be out front. If you drop back, you can sit behind and pick up some of the extra fuel that will get you into the pit lane. I think that's less of a problem here because they were coming into the pit lane anyway. But no major dramas in the switches there for now. Moritz Lerner has, though, dropped behind Tim Yarshall, who now gets into 4th position for Falcon Sim Racing. So up to 4th now for Yarshall, who's on a bit of a recovery drive, and they'll be probably throwing that car around as hard as it will go around the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
So the Lion board at the moment in 8th place with the man filter car right there at the moment, right in behind. But Lion just gone up to 7th, excuse me. J-Mo Hartling in the man filter car in 8th, right in behind. Mitchell de Jong leading the race just under 19 seconds, but with a little bit of a question mark, shall we say, over the pit stop regulation. I mean, I've just reread the rules, and it says 30-second minimum pit stop time based on the in-game video timer. So, for those who are familiar with iRacing, when you stop, there's basically a timer that opens up in front of you. But surely that would match up with what shows on the timing screen.
Surely.
Yeah.
That's it's kind of one of those ones. If it was like a couple of tenths, I'd be like, yeah, no problem. That's like, I get that. There will be maybe a slight discrepancy somewhere, but 3 seconds is bizarre. It's not under investigation by race control at all. That doesn't necessarily mean that it won't be, but it presently isn't.
Yeah, they're quite busy at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, the team that got it is close. If you're looking at the pit stop time on the timing screen, it's the same. Nürburgring Esports number 42, Alexei Nezov and their Aston Martin, their pit stop was 30.2 seconds, and their pit stop entire pit lane time matches up to that at 54 seconds dead. So, whereas Coanda were out the pits in 49.9. So that would sort of match up in terms of the difference between them. So we'll keep a watch on that. We'll be constantly clicking refresh on race controls work. It's certainly pretty busy at the moment in that race control room. But you'd also like to think that that Coanda's rivals will also be taking a close watch on that, because they'll be seeing similar timing information to we are. Yeah,
and I think it's one of those ones. It's obviously one of those events that, unlike car-to-car contact, which requires the reporting of the drivers involved, the race control to take a look. The pit stop is not the same thing, because it's a mandated thing from race control. It is part of the rules of engagement. That is an automatic investigation from race control. So they will already, well, as soon as they're through and what they're doing, I'm sure there's already some people already looking at it. They investigate each team individually to make sure that they've hit the mandatory 30-second stop. So it's one of those ones of you're either legal or you're not. And race control will be looking. Same kind of thing of like, obviously it's automated here in the sim, but you see it a lot in the racing world with speeding in the pit lane. It's a slam. Like, if you've sped, race control will give you a penalty for it. There's no getting around it. It will be a penalty.
Yeah, it's very simple. Yeah, it's you're, like you say, you're either above it or you aren't. It's not like an incident on track with another car where you could different ways. Meanwhile, in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring competition run by Manthey Racing from Noise Path just at the side of the Dottinger Hole, big battle going on between the EMM machine, number 905 of Raphael Renhofer. Just ahead of him is Julian Sonnen as they rush down through the Fuchsrohe at the moment, the Foxhole, and then up the hill towards Adner Forst. Look at that! Look how much runoff there is there on the left and the right. It's like you could have a village fete there, and then it goes back to normal Nordschleife again with barriers very, very close to the side of the road. Raphael Renhofer coming up towards Metzgesfeld now. 230k in an SP9 car, not a great deal slower in a Porsche 992 GT3 Cup either. Then down towards Kallenhard they go. Lots of really tricky multiple apex corners here, and you wind the speed on now for one left, and then it's the clip the apex 1, count them, 2, 3, 4, and then back on the power again all the way down to Versiphon. Like a pig's tail through there. Second or first gear through there? Probably second, I would think.
Yeah, you first gear, you bounce off the limit too quickly. It's one of those ones. It's probably one of the ones. If you look at it optimally on the apex, first gear is actually probably pretty solid because it's so slow through there. But that run off the corner, you've got to be in second. I mean, also you're assisted by it being downhill. On the runoff, so you get the assistance of gravity as well to help push the car down the hill before getting back up to speed. Do enjoy that part of the circuit. I really get into the rhythm from about Schwedenkreuz round to about Nürburgring, and then I forget where I'm going. And that it's I still maintain. I say the third and final sector, but obviously that's just dividing it in the typical motorsport ways of 1, 2, and 3. But obviously there's a lot more around here. But if you do imagine it 1, 2, and 3, right, that final third of the circuit is the part that and I'm sure a lot of people that race or drive around the Nordschleife, that's the part you struggle with the most. Corners come at you thick and fast around that point. It is tight. It is a memory test. A couple of parts of it look very similar, and it catches you out, and there is no margin for error around that part of the circuit. Switch for the race lead in the SP10s. Williams Sim Racing find their way past Sim RC, and the Lion GP car is also closing in. Speaking of the ominous sight in the background, we do have Tim Yarshall and Moritz Lerner, Falcon Sim Racing, and the second of the Lion GP cars, 4th and 5th in category. I do suspect they might be able to use some of this epic pace to maybe close down a little bit on the top 3. Whether they'll be able to close it down the entire way over the next 46 minutes before they come into the pit lane again, less than that even, I doubt, but I wouldn't be too surprised if we found those two cars back in contention later on in this race.
No, I wouldn't either. Now, one curious point as well is the EWJ Baumaschinen number 49 AMG, which had to take a 60-second stop and go because of not having a real-world driver, which is mandated in the regulations, has only been in the pits once, so must have taken service. In fact, was in the pit lane for 2 minutes and 17 seconds as opposed to 55 or 56 seconds for what would be a scheduled stop. So, whoopsie daisy.
One of our Porsche, it's definitely a Porsche, I'm assuming it's one of our Porsche Cups was in the barrier there. And yes, based on that then, I'm assuming then you must have been right earlier that unless we're misunderstanding the rules, because I thought that, again, I still maintain, I'm pretty sure that you weren't allowed to stack that with a pit stop, because it was stop and go 60, but clearly you must be able to, otherwise they'd have to be in the pit lane again.
Yeah, exactly. So either we're not reading the rules correctly, which is highly possible, or they haven't read the rules correctly.
Also highly possible.
Less possible.
I've spoken to sim races before. I'm sure you have in your time, Peter. Do you know many that read the rule book in great detail?
The top teams do, or should.
They should. You're out. Everyone taking part should read the rule book, and it is, especially when you're taking part in a high-level esports competition. Always read the rule book. Always read the code of conduct. Always read even like parts of the iRacing terms of service. Apply even in leagues and stuff. Reed, oh, nice. Wolf Motorsport were on board with him, and Mark Wolf, who we were seeing there. But he knew he was on camera. Let's be real. Always got to read the rulebook. Simple thing. But I know sim racers don't, because it involves reading, which involves time away from doing laps. Look, it'll catch him out. Getting some lovely slow-mos here at the top of the hill. Marla really on the trying to find their way past the Nürburgring esports car. They've got BS competition directly behind. So this group's all really close back up again. Because remember earlier on in the race where I said there might have been a bit of a problem for the BS competition car, which obviously was Jaden Conrad behind the wheel. There has been a driver switch. Felix Quernbach is now behind the wheel. Has set the, I think it might have been at the time the fastest lap of the category. I think it's still technically the fastest legal lap of the category at a 7:45.938, which is about 2 seconds faster than this lot. So that gap had grown, and Felix Quernbach has said, "Don't worry, lads, I'm going to do it for you." And he's closed right up to the rear end of Fildenez and Alexei Nesov in the fight for 4th position.
Yeah, Felix is flying right now. Yeah, 7:45. That's really, really hot pace. But also Mitchell de Jong, 7:45.8 on the previous lap in the lead of the race, but not showing as the best lap of the race. So must have broken track limits at some point, which is quite tricky to do here without it being a terminal problem. But there are 1 or 2 bits of the circuit where you can push that track limit a little bit. On the Grand Prix track would be one through the chicane. But also Brunchen as well. You can run it a little bit wide there and pick up a track limit incident points. But superb 3-car duel here, and this is classic NLS SP9 cars dueling on a circuit that requires every piece of your brain capacity on a lap on your own. But then when you've got to fight with other cars at the same time, you need that. You need to be a supercomputer, and I think that's where these top drivers really show their mettle. It's not just the 1 lap pace, but it's being able to have that spare capacity to deal with one of these battles, as well as drive around the most difficult circuit in the world. It's kind of like a computer. The more kind of top spec computer you have, the more capacity it has to do more tasks at once as they come through. Oh, great onboard shot there. It's great shots of Langstrecken. Great part of the circuit. You can see why so many manufacturers come to test their cars here, and damper manufacturers come here, because you put the car and the damper and the suspension through the ultimate test here.
Maybe it's actually called the green hell by the car manufacturers rather than the drivers, because for the car it probably is a bit of hell trying to get around this circuit and surviving. Absolutely brutal. And there was the answer to your question earlier on in the broadcast, Peter. No, that is it's not smooth now. Fans, they do get some serious air. I remember when I came here in 2018, and there was the Nürburgring Classic that was also on. There was someone in a Ford GT40, and they binned it there. Oh, it's heartbreaking. Yeah. That's not ideal. Here we go then. See if there's going to be any binning it between this group. Nürburgring Esports trying to fend off from Marla Racing and BS Competition. A look to the outside from Fildenez trying to get past Alexei Nesov. Cannot do it though. Felix Quernbach in the BS Competition #1 car. Surely's got to eye up a place on the way through. See Norby Kish coming through in the foreground. 5 seconds clear of him is Lewis Woods, and then 21 seconds clear of him is the HRT Esports by Coanda, Mitchell de Jong, who's just set the fastest lap of the race. There's a look to the inside from Felix Quernbach, who will get past the sister car, I'm sure. Ryan Barneveld, who's running things behind the scenes for this round, and obviously Florian Hasper and Felix van der Wel, I'm sure they're keeping a close eye on this and a watching brief. And I'm sure that position switch was not formed, so let's go calculated from the team.
Yeah, Quernbach has definitely got underneath him right now. 7:46.3 the last lap. 7:45.4 though for race leader Mitchell de Jong right now though. Wow, that is the fastest lap of the race by a decent margin. And in fact, that is quicker than he went in qualifying in round 1.
Yeah, not quite as fast as he went in qualifying in this one, because that was a 45.1. But point is, heavy car, and you're still setting. That's why tyre temperature is so important in qualifying, because they clearly don't get to the absolute max, and then the pressure of actually getting the lap onto the board, because track position is still very important around here, because overtaking can be tremendously difficult. If you get stuck outside of, for example, the top 10 in the SP9 category, it can be so hard to work your way back up into the mix. But yeah, that's an extremely impressive. I thought the pace from Felix Guermac was impressive, but Mitch de Jong continues to prove why he is one of the absolute best and the all-time greats in the world of sim racing. This is the battle for second position in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, and it is the EMN Esports car Raphael Renhofer trying to keep Coandra at bay. We saw this over the opening hour of the race, and it seems as though we're going to get another hour of this one, Peter.
Looks like it, yeah. Brilliant dueling. Meanwhile, similar going on for the spots on the podium in SP10. Moritz Lohner putting the heat on for Lion GP on Tim Yarshall for Falcon Sim Racing, trying to get that spot on the podium. They're only 7.5 seconds off the lead at the moment. Lohner having to keep an eye on one of the SP9s coming through. Is this going to give him an opportunity to pick the pocket? No, he's just deciding, I'll just set this move up later on. Right on the case, though, of the Falcon car just ahead. Been a while since we've seen Falcon on BMWs at the Nürburgring. In the outdoor world, they've run Porsches, a pair of Porsches over the last few seasons, but they used to run one of each, didn't they? And they ran the old M6, I seem to remember.
Yeah, I have. You say about Falcon being one of the most recognisable brands. You said about that earlier on in the broadcast. Now everyone kind of knows them in the world of motorsport. I have because they give them out obviously every time we go to the Nürburgring 24. I have one of their flags, the little flags they got. I was like, I'm taking one of them. So I got one of those somewhere in this room from the 2018 Nürburgring 24 hour. It's such a recognisable brand, and honestly, it's such a great livery. I absolutely love the livery. It just works on everything. There is not a car in sim racing or motorsport that you could put that livery on and it wouldn't work. You know what I mean? There's some liveries that do and don't, but that's worth it.
Yeah, agree. Yeah, it's really cool, and the way that they go racing and the focus that they put into racing on the Nürburgring, both in the NLS and in the Nürburgring 24, yeah, highly commendable. And I'm still convinced of it. They are getting closer to potentially winning the race, the big race, the 24-hour overall, particularly if we get mixed conditions, which actually, strangely, we haven't had for a couple of years. We've had fog, but we haven't really had mixed conditions.
Now you've said it, Peter.
Yeah, come on.
2026.
Come on.
The year of the wet Nürburgring 24-hour.
We did have a little bit of it 2 years ago, now I remember, but not for very. Yes, we did. Of course, we started in mixed conditions, and then red flag around midnight, and then we never got back racing again.
This is the problem. Obviously, when it rains, especially with the fog, over the night it can be a little bit not great. I think when I was there in 18, I think it stopped in the morning because of fog, but it did run through the night. I got some great photographs at 3 o'clock in the morning with them barreling down the start-finish straight. But it's one of those, I still maintain for the 24, I'm okay with it raining all the way through the race. But if I'm there, the one time I want it to be nice and sunny is right at the start of the race. And the only reason for that is if you're comfortable, everyone at home, around a load of people, and you want to be around a couple of 100,000 people in a very tight space, the start of the 24-hour of Nürburgring is probably genuinely is the most amount of people I've ever seen in my life. The grid walk is insane. There's so many people, and just every stand is rammed. It is full to the absolute brim all the way around. Honestly, I think it's incredible.
It is, yeah. I've been lucky to experience it a few times, and it's remarkable, absolutely remarkable. And on the opening, on the pace lap, virtually the entire crowd lines the circuit, not behind the barriers, on the circuit as they come through. And then every single person, must be well over 100,000 people, every single person is back where they need to be for the start of the race.
Yeah.
The order is remarkable, absolutely remarkable. Proper, for the fans, by fans racing. If you've never been to watch racing at the Nürburgring, book it.
Yeah.
Put it straight to the top of the list. There's just nowhere like it.
One thing that I would recommend not doing though, don't say, oh, I'm going to walk around the, not walk around the track, not the track, you know what I mean? But like walk around the circuit and see various points. You could do that at like a Silverstone or a Donington or, around the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. I walked the loop of the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. It's quite a nice little walk. Can't do that on the Nordschleife though. It is.
Oh, you need a wee motocross bike or something like the photographers have. Yeah.
It's one of those ones like you think the Nordschleife is big. You will walk probably about 5 kilometers and then go, I'm not doing this because it's not flat. There comes the switch then for Felix Quernbach getting his way past Alexei Nesov into the pit lane, curiously, with 90 minutes left to go. Returns the Hamp Racing Team Esports by Coanda car of Mitchell de Jong as Felix Quernbach will get through into 4th position. And we'll see if that's going to become 3rd. Depends if anyone else, Lewis Woods, Norby Kish, Felix Quernbach, Alexei Nesov, Will Fildenez will join the Hamp Racing Team car in the pit lane. That's the Commander colours will rejoin the circuit without Mitchell de Jong behind the wheel because Malte Johansson has jumped in behind the wheel and will do the final 90 minutes.
Okay, so splitting that time now. Their pit stop time here will be interesting as they head to that minimum. There's your minimum 30 seconds. They're still there. They are still there. And off they go. Now that shows up on our timing screen as 35 on the dot. So I think their first pit stop, it could well get them a penalty. That 26.6 second pit stop.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, unless it's just an anomaly with how it's timed out, but I don't know. Still nothing on the penalty board.
I was going to say it's one of those ones that sometimes, as we're all pretty well aware when it comes to live timing, whether it is in sim racing or motorsport, what we have in our live timing screen is not necessarily gospel. Because of how they work, and it's all very complicated, and it's tracking a lot of cars in the pit lane. Sometimes things like the pit stop time or gaps are not 100% correct. I wonder if that might be the case for our race leading car, or it's not race leading car at the moment, but the racing team Coanda machine. I do wonder if that might be the case with them. Because now I look at the pit stop times, everyone is over 30 seconds, and for the sake of the sport, for the sake of the racing, and for the sake of the HRT Sports by Coanda squad, I hope that is the case. I hope that it is just an issue on our timing. For the rest of the competition, though, they're sort of being like, no, I hope that was accurate. I hope that was dead on. Slam dunk penalty, easy peasy.
Well, it's we'll keep a close watch on the penalty screen as the deadlock not able to be broken by your championship leader, number 905, Raphael Renhoff, Julian Sonnen for Coanda, holding off very, very strongly at the moment. Meanwhile, your battle for the podium positions in SP10 between Falcon and Lion GP, Adam Isaacson and Moritz Lohner. Lohner going to the outside now as they come through. Antonius Buchet down into the Tiergarten, and Lohner gets it done really before the uphill point of the Tiergarten and can then put the defensive line on there. Through he goes, up into the podium positions then for Moritz Lohner.
Yeah, that was, again, a nice little swap, but that's before he'd come into pit lane. They would know they're both coming into pit lane at the same time, and he just wants a little bit of an easier braking zone into the they have the clear air ahead. The two of those though into their pit box very early in the pit lane. My goodness. Obviously 55 car, 56 cars, 55 currently running. They're all going to be spread out quite a lot in that pit lane. But I do wonder how much Tim Yarshall and Moritz Lerner were able to close down on our race leading group, Williams Sim Racing, Nürburgring Esports and SimRC. See if those gaps will close down on the exit pit lane. Maybe we'll have a 5-way scrap for the race lead in the SP10. 90 minutes down, 90 minutes to go, and a clear view of victory isn't really in the hands of anyone. Everyone's got a little bit of drama. Everyone's got a little bit over their head. The Frozen Speed Bike Grid and Go car in the Porsche Cup category are the ones where I'm like, they're doing pretty well and are relatively safe. In the SP9s...
Bold.
Oh, now I've said it.
Bold.
Well, it's fine. I don't believe in the commentators, guys. You know this. I think we've been through this before. It's fine.
Yes.
Yeah. No, Arjuna constantly brings it up to me. He's like, I now believe in it, and I'm like, I don't care. I don't. But they're in a solid stead. Not guaranteed, but solid. The SP10s and the M2s are both relatively close, so the M2s are spread out. The SP9s, as much as it is the largest gap between race leader and everyone else, it has the biggest question mark over it as well with the pit stop times.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So now more switching going on between Coanda 917 and the Carlar Esports Cup, who are in the AM subcategory as well, up into 6th overall in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Good move there. Plenty moves we see at the end of the Dottinger Hole, setting up through Antoniusbuche and then into the Tiergarten, but it's big commitment through there. You're talking 270 kilometers an hour when they come through underneath the Bilstein Bridge. Big braking zone here, 250 kilometers an hour, hard on the brakes, down to one of the slowest corners on the circuit. And Carlar hanging on for now.
Yeah, especially with the damage on the front end of the Coanda Porsche there, and the 917 Oscar Pie behind the wheel. That dent on the front end. It's one of those ones. I'm sure it's not doing that much. I'm sure it's not necessarily destabilising the front of the car, causing an awful lot of understeer. But it will affect the straight line speed. Even if it's only by 3 or 4 kilometres an hour, it all adds up. And the Dottinger Höhe is long. That run through Kalmar down to the braking zone in Tiergarten, it is an exceptionally long run. It just keeps going and going and going. And if you've got any damage on the front of your car, it makes that particularly painful. It would be like going to do the Daytona 500 and then having an engine issue or, overheating or something with like 150 laps to go. And you're just like, brilliant, there's nothing I can do for the next couple of hours. It really can be frustrating.
Now, we've seen a few times on the Dottinger Hole, a little bit, speaking of NASCAR, a little bit of NASCAR tactics being used, a little bit of bump drafting. Now, that is not allowed in the regulations, and the number 170 Falcon Sim Racing crew, the fighting over third place, had reported the 167 Line GP car in SP10, and the Line GP car, Moritz Lerner, has been given a warning this time because bump drafting is not allowed.
That obviously that would have been when Moritz Lerner was behind Tim Yarshall. The two of those, I know they get along quite well. Would have sat behind, obviously trying to close up on the top group. That's interesting because obviously, SimRC clearly are feeling the pressure of those two behind bump drafting and closing their way up. But like I say, it's not ideal, but it is what it is. And Race Control keeping a watchful eye on all of this. We're getting some big weaving coming in from Phil Nez. Again, this is the you're limited in ability to communicate with the cars and drivers around you. You can flash lights, you can weave, and it always means something. Obviously on there, it means I'm not going past you because I'm coming into the pit. So basically, because you kind of want to encourage the car ahead sometimes to not defend, So then you can keep going quickly around the circuit. And I think that's kind of what Phil Nez was trying to pass on there to Alexei Nesov. Norby Kish also in the pit lane in the background. So this will assist the HRT Esports by Commander car up the field. But as JMO Hartling also comes into the pit lane for the Manfilter team, it is Falcon Sim Racing, the 44, and the #1 BS competition car that remain out on the circuit. So those two will do one more lap, return to the pit lane, and then pass the lead back over to Malte Johansson in the HRT Esports by Coanda squad.
Driver changes, yeah. Konstantin Scharf for Nürburgring Esports 42, Rainer Talvar for the Mala Ford team. David Toth taking over the Chesney Esports. Off goes, quick stop there for Mala Ford, getting the jump on the Nürburgring Esports crew. 32 seconds for Mala Ford, 34.7 seconds for Nürburgring Esports Aston Martin. So that's enough to make a bit of a jump. Do you know what I'm not seeing, Lewis, is any pit stops under 30 seconds,
no.
which strengthens the case that Coanda Ford, HRT by Coanda, excuse me, could be in a little bit of bother.
Or it does confirm, because there was another car, I can't remember which one it was also below 30 seconds. It could also suggest that it might be an issue with our timing that we got on that first pit stop. So it could be that. It is one of those ones that, again, will leave in the hands of race control, but there could be some drama if it is investigated. But I also would suspect that, considering that first pit stop was quite a while ago, I would have suspected that race control would have at a bare minimum noted it if there was anything in question about it earlier on in the race. Here's a replay. Chesney Esports trying to get past, I think it's in terms of, whoa! Chesney Esports getting spun round. That was very awkward.
Yeah, that's unfortunately something that is a challenge you've got to try and get round at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Is occasionally you get in some of the lower classes, you get some of the best driving, really smooth, consistent, great lap times, etc. But you also get some strange driving, and I would say that was one of those particular incidents where the M2 there, I wouldn't say was being particularly predictable.
No. It's always one of the things, we say it literally, if you've ever watched any endurance racing in sim racing or in motorsport even, it is one thing that is said about time and time again. The rules for how it is when it comes to lapping traffic, it is always the responsibility of the faster car to get through cleanly and for the slower car to effectively stay. The wording is remain consistent, and the easiest way to be consistent and predictable is by staying on the racing line. And I agree, I don't necessarily think the M2 there was either consistent or predictable. No. And so I can see that one being a pretty slam dunk, and Norby Kish unfortunately being thrown a pretty hefty prize. Rainer Talvar behind the wheel of the Mala Racing Team car, directly ahead of what we're riding on board here with Menzi. Stint 1 KRS Motorsport, the distinctive shiny gold on the front of this car as we head through Ardenau Forst. Getting extremely close. Thought there might have been a bit of a look, and I get the feeling the pace might have been an advantage to the car that we're on board with.
Well, the thing is, though, the Stint 1 car will be running a way lower fuel load because it needs to stop. So there's a little bit of an offset here, so it's not really a fight for position. And I think if you're Stint 1, Dennis Mensa, there's not really any need to try and throw anything at this and try and make any big moves, because it's not for live position really, with that pit stop being required. So yeah, I think that they will just need to follow through for the next lap or two, because we saw three cars: the 44 Falcon BMW, which leads the race right now, the #1 BS competition car, which sits in second, and the #10 Stint 1 Ford, which we're just running with. They all did a 7-lap stint, whereas others did 6-lap stints in the first stint of the race.
But again, it doesn't mean that they're going to have effectively the window for a splash and dash later on in the race, but obviously can't take it because of the 30-second minimum pit stop time. Is that on every stop? Or
Yes.
is it just, yeah, I thought so. Because I was like, unless they've read it and they're seeing it as just one. But then again, they know that they've done enough races here in DNLS where they know exactly the rules in and out. But I was wondering if there was just a change on previous seasons, but that's fine. But yes, they'll be into the pit lane fairly soon. And also at the end of this lap, most likely. Let's look to the inside from the Nürburgring Esports car, trying to get past the N2 Core Racing. That was a big look. Now down into Callanhard, this battle continues. Aston Martin versus Aston Martin in an excellent fight. Jerry Esports not too far off the rear end of this as well. And Chirella's closing in. We are going to get a three-way fight here for 11th position. That was some aggressive defending coming in from the N2 Core Racing car of Jakob Ziklan.
Very aggressive, yeah. And then you get to a part of the circuit coming through Versleifen where it's not, well, it's starting through Versleifen and it's one line, but now there's, so you could potentially throw a go down into Adenauer Bridge, but it's a big risk one. But still, the N2 car having to play it very, very defensive. And a little mistake there coming out of X-Müller, and now the run for the Nürburgring Esports number 32, Aston Martin, trying to run through as they head through the Lauda links and then in through Bergwerk already. And a little mistake there from the Nürburgring Esports car of Maximilian Straub, and that allows Fernando Cirella for Sheriff Ford to move up a position.
And how frustrating must that be? Effectively, that was the N2 Core's mistake that has caused Nürburgring Esports to lose a position. And did it two wheels onto the grass? Oh my goodness me. That was pretty sketchy indeed, as we rightfully rise up to Bravery Corner. There's a fair amount of bravery happening between this trio. See what they're like. Again, a little bit wide there through the boot curve for the lead car in this battle, the N2 Core car of Ziklan, and getting closer and closer and closer to the steel track up towards the carousel. I mean, Ziklan's clearly struggling for speed here. There is that, but that is about as obvious as it gets. They drop into the banking of the carousel, and you'd say the Sheriff Ford has closed up to the two-car fight to make it a three-car fight. Surely we're feeling pretty comfortable and confident to be able to get through here, at least on the Dittinger Hoa.
Yeah, it'll be all about getting a good exit out at Galgenkopf and making that run on the Zottinger Hoa and then being able to pull away. All sounds easy when you say it like that, but battle that's been going since the very start of the race for SP10 honours between Williams, Sim Racing Williams BMW, there's a throwback, and Sim RC BMW right there as well. Those cars are piloted right now by Eetu Eskilin for Williams Sim Racing and Adam Isaacson for Sim RC, and they've dropped the Falcon car by about 6 seconds as well. Tim Yarshall in third, who of course had a little bit, probably lost around 6 seconds with that little tangle early on in the race on the Grand Prix circuit,
which was never investigated by race control. I think it was ever reported by Falcon. Into the pit lane then. Speaking of Falcon Sim Racing and BS competition, Lewis Woods, Felix Quernbach now behind the wheel. Lewis Woods taking over, of course, from Sindre Setsos in the Falcon Sim Racing team. That's right. And of course, Lewis Woods will leave the pit lane. He was involved in that unbelievable fight between himself and Kei Kashiba just a couple of weeks ago, and I'm sure we'll see some more incredible fighting and some more incredible pace coming from the wheel of the number 44 there, and we'll see. Big slide again coming in. This fight continues.
And now Cirella gets through not a part of the circuit you usually see passes happening, but there we go, as they come up through the latter part through Galgenkopf now, and can try and make a run. But now what will be very frustrating for Fernando Cirella is if Jakob Ziklan in that Aston Martin can now get a draft and try and make a move down into Tiergarten. We know the straight line speed of the Aston's pretty good as well, but so is the Ford. He now pops out as they approach 270 kilometers an hour. Whoa, goes right out wide, almost through the Touristfahrten exit, excuse me, as they come under the bridge at Antoniusbucke, and through he goes. So Ziklan gets the position back, so Cirella now is going to have to try and nick the place back at turn one at that very sharp right-hander. Meanwhile, Maximilian Straub in the Aston Martin for Nürburgring Esports, taking a bit of a watching brief, and into the pits they go.
Yeah, so yeah, I was going to say, no wonder Ziklan was struggling a little bit in the engine core car then. Must have been running a pretty heavier machine in comparison, with some fresh fuel and fresh tyres, and Jakob Ziklan will now be able to carry on in 11th position after regaining that one, getting past Fernando Sorella. This is the fight in the M2s between Sherritt Esports and the Nürburgring Esports team for second position. A fair way ahead of this group now. It was tight earlier on in the race. It's now 7.3 seconds to our race-leading BS competition car, Elias Riker behind the wheel. Kockendorfer at the moment behind the wheel of the Sherritt Esports car. Kinski behind the wheel of the Nürburgring Esports car. Running second and third in category, and they're about 30-odd seconds away from the Spiller Esports red car that sits in fourth position. So they are probably in a fairly lonely fight for the next 74 minutes.
Well, when just a few moments ago, when we watched that incident between the Sherritt Esports number 26, Mercedes AMG getting into a disagreement with the Racing Lounge 77 BMW M2, that has been reported by Sherritt Esports for causing a collision. Although they're not in the same class, still a report going in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're still going to get those maybe pretty aggressive race driving. There's aggressive reports that go with it. It can get frustrating at this point in the race where you get that mild inconvenience in other categories. Suddenly you're thinking, no, I'm going to report them for that one. But like I say, a fair amount to be discussed for race control, I'm sure. Very close to the rear end there, the Commander 918 trying to figure its way past some of the back-marking lap traffic. We're on board with Williams Sim Racing there. And of course, that's the SP10 leader. Sim RC's not too far behind, but one of the EMM cars next to navigate. That's being the fight between Commander and EMM, third position. The fight for the podium, about a second separates the pair of them. Julian Sunnan and Luca Alpert behind the wheel of those two cars respectively, the 918 being the lead of that. You can see at the bottom of your screen the gaps going courtesy of the different classes. The SP10 Williams Sim Racing leader of that category in the battle for the podium in the Porsche Cups. I always wanted, like, when you're navigating the traffic, that I always used to think when I was driving, it's dependent on who I was lapping and what position they were in class. You shouldn't do this, by the way. Would be how aggressive I was, I guess, at getting through. This is where I was racing the LMP1. So if it was the GTE lead, that was a mistake coming in from the EMM car and into the pit lane. If it was the GTE leader, I would be way more cautious than going through if they were in 10th in it. Everyone's racing, you shouldn't ever do that. You should lap everyone with the same level of respect. But I do wonder sometimes when you're battling in that, it's like, well, yeah, but we're battling for a podium in a category higher. It's like, yeah, but we're battling for the race lead in our category. You've got to, you can't be pushing it too much to the limit coming through the traffic.
You think they said, oh, here comes McGlade in that LMP1 car again. Oh, God, standing in the way. Here he comes.
Oh, yeah, they definitely did. I was a nightmare. Actually, no, I was
Mad Dog McGlade.
I was Mad Dog McGlade. Do you know what? You're not the first person to have called me that. It's fine. I thought I was always good at traffic. I actually always thought that I was too patient in traffic. And that's why when I see all these lot go through, I'm like, I couldn't do that. I could never be that aggressive.
I'm sure there's GTE drivers that are going, yeah, okay, yeah. Tell me more about how you punted me into the wall as you came by in your 19.
I do have a funny story now. I'm not going to name. Well, no, I could name them. It's fine. This guy called Edmund Trevelyan Johnson, who used to run a team called Team Zanche, which then also ran Brabham Esports, because that back in the day before it was taken over by Arnage, and way before he was my team boss. Because this was on a different sim, this is an R-Factor team, and you have like driver tags above everyone's name, and his name was so long it didn't fully fit into the driver tag system, so it was broken. And I always thought, I was like, this guy's got a really long and pretentious name, so I'm going to make his life difficult in traffic. I told him the story 2 years after he hired me in his team, so he was not pleased, but I thought it was funny. there you go. It nearly got me into some hot water, but it was at Silverstone. I was diving in right at the last minute, going into like snow. Horrible. But no, other than that, I'm really clean of traffic.
Apart from dive bombing someone purely because they've got a long second name.
Oh,
there he is.
I was 18. It's fine.
Okay. An hour and 9 minutes to go, and someone with a, I would say, medium length name, Malte Johansson, leads the race for HRT Esports by Coanda. 15 seconds from Falcon Sim Racing, of course, winners last time out. Of those last pit stop, nobody was was below 30 seconds. In fact, a lot were 33, 34, 35 seconds. So a 26.6 seconds pit stop. But we, again, haven't seen anything on race control, so there's maybe an anomaly there with the timing screen, but as per the rule, is there a question mark hanging over Coanda Esports HRT at the moment?
Well, it's going to be a drive-through penalty for the 288 regardless. That one coming in from our M2 category, and it will indeed be the race lounge car after contact with the Nürburgring Esports. Also, am I getting that wrong? I think it might be the race lounge car for contact with Shezza, isn't it? Yeah. With the contact with Norby Kish. Someone just posted in the YouTube chat, and this is where I think I was not 100% sure. It does say, I think it says in the rules and what they've said, that 2 of the stops must be over 30 seconds. And if that's the case, then that's why it wouldn't be investigated until after the final stop. There's a bit of a move to the inside. Coanda getting past the Avi car and dragging the EMM car with them as well. This is for 2nd position in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, and the Avia car losing out a couple of spots there in one sweep.
That is a great point. Yeah, 2 mandatory pit stops, which we know, but each mandatory stop must be minimum pit. Aha! So there we go. So there is then an advantage to extend your stint time then.
Yeah.
If you can get 7 lap stints at a good pace and do your mandatory 36 stops in the first 2 stops, your last splash and dash could be rapid.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so this does open up the strategy a little more interestingly, and maybe things aren't quite as done for HRT Esports by Coanda as we thought, but it does mean that their final pit stop, based on that, has to be above 30 seconds because they've already had a sub 30-second stop.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's one of those ones, they've backed themselves into a corner, and like McLaren were trying to tell Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri at the Qatar Grand Prix, they've run out of all of their options, even if it is potentially still the better option. The less said about that, the better, though. We'll move on from that topic. It really angered me.
All's well that ends well.
Exactly. It did end well. Didn't end in BBC Sports Personality of the Year, though, so that's fine.
Well, I mean, Rory McIlroy was definitely
deserved.
Yes.
Absolutely. Well, we're not too far away from the top of the hour again. We're not too far away then from final pit stops. Realistically, I think everyone will have been in the pit lane in the next, half hour? Everyone will have already come to their final stops. Maybe the odd splash and dash later than that, but we're not far away from getting a very clear picture as to how things are unfolding here.
Well, at the moment, in 2nd and 3rd place, Falcon Sim Racing and BS Competition, they have a 2-lap advantage on fuel effectively over HRT Esports by Coanda. Now that is 50 kilometres. So, and they, from what we understand, they have both done their 30-second stops. So they could go for a short splash and dash. Now, 50 kilometres, that's got to be, what's that, miles, 30 miles or so. Cars maybe do 6 or 7 miles to the gallon, so there's quite a lot of difference in fuel fill time there. Maybe, 15 seconds from Falcon to HRT, it's going to be close.
How you drag miles per gallon into this? Like the fuel numbers being a little bit skew-if and all over the place for a lot of these drivers and teams. Kind of one of those ones of, as all these drivers and teams will know, you run your own strategy, but you also kind of have to run everyone else's strategy backwards, because you kind of got to know what's going on for everyone else and where they're potentially getting their fuel, especially around here, like in the SP9 category, where clearly there's a different methodology on when you're taking a short fill, whether it's earlier or later, and how that's playing out. And I've always found that was the most complicated part of doing this, is running your strategy isn't necessarily the hardest thing to do, but trying to figure out what everyone else is doing, and if you're on the right or wrong strategy, can sometimes be extremely difficult. Also can sometimes be completely pointless, because I still maintain that from the start of the race, whatever strategy you've started running, just run that. Here we're going to get a bit of side-by-side as the Lion GP car is going to potentially lose out here and got even forced to the high side of the carousel.
Yeah, I really had to get out of it there. The number 172 AC Oberhausen car, the AC Oberhausen car going through into 8th place in class past the Lion GP machine. And yeah, that's a horrible feeling when you get launched out the other side of the carousel. You're just trying to keep out the wall at that stage. Meanwhile, still the battle going on in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Julian Reimer trying to get past Elliot Veyron for Coanda Esports. We're not quite able to do it, and in fact, through this sequence, frozen speed by Grid and Go, they're pulling away. They're now over 8 seconds in the lead in that class.
No Christmas socks for Julian Reimer, but a lovely close-up of his bottle. I guess at least there's that. See what he's got when it comes down to the Dettinger Hoa, and a squeeze up into second position. Obviously, you can see just keeping it pinned, going through the gears cleanly, making sure that you don't bounce off the limiter at any point when you were going up into 6th gear. And it does seem as though the EMM Esports car is going to remain side by side here with Coanda, I believe, when we come off the onboard. And Julian Reimer isn't even going to be able to gain through. Clearly running a very slim rear wing is the Coanda car that is able to fend off and hang on to second position. We still have an hour of racing still left to go. We've still got more pit stops, more drama, and plenty more to follow. We're going to have one breather here, and then we'll come back with the final hour ahead.
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen,
follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Back and racing once again here at the Nürburgring, not on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, rather DNLS. Round 2 of the 2025-26 season. It has been a race that's been controlled thus far by HRT Esports, by Coanda. But as that final pit stop looms over our head, things are not very clear as to how it's going to unfold in each of our categories. We've got great fighting, SP10s separated by less than half a second. In the commentary booth, an hour to go. Myself, Lewis McGlade, Pete Mackay alongside. It's been a great race thus far.
It has, yeah, particularly actually in the M2 and SP10 categories, where the SP10 for FIA GT4 cars and the M2 CS Racing cars, it's been very, very tight. I mean, right now, in terms of pace in SP9, well, HRT Esports by Coanda dominant in qualifying, same again in the race, and now we've finally got our head around the rules. They are not with a penalty hanging over them, but they will need to have a pit stop of over 30 seconds for their last stop, whereas the two cars chasing them, the Falcon BMW winner last time out and the BS competition BMW, they do not. How much lower below 30 seconds will remain to be seen. So although the gap right now is 16 seconds between this HRT formed by Coanda how much are they going to give back at that final pit stop?
There is only one gap in the SP9 category that is it's on the right-hand side of your screen there, 14th and 15th position, Nürburgring Esports versus the German simracing.de ACV car. The rest of the field are separated by some relatively large margins. And in fact, two of the category, we've got the Seaback Esports car, that's the one with the Licky Mollo livery on it in 17th position. Then further back, the Smiller Esports Pro and the Eifelgland esports car, they are in the mix of the Porsche Cup category. Not been a particularly good day for those towards the back end of the SP9 category. In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, we've got the Frozen Speed Grill and Go-Kart leading as they have done all afternoon. We're about to head into their pit stop. I think they've just come out of their pit stops rather, and it is the Frozen Speed Grill and Go-Kart at the front. Elliot Veyron behind the wheel now of the Coanda 918. Julian Reimer for EMM. We've got two EMM cars, the 905 then the 914, for the lead of the AM category being Smyrillus Racing, who did receive a penalty earlier on after an incident down into T1. They're ahead of the Carlart Esports Cup car. That's 5th and 6th position for them. We get to Dura Esports and the Coanda 917. Under a second offered, grabbing 7th position away. It does seem as though the AM category is pretty much in control of Smyrillus Racing as well. That gap's about 15 seconds to the car behind, but no real major chance of him closing up to Will Chadwick, who's behind the wheel of the EMM Esports car that sits in 4th. The rest of this category we'll see in 9th position, the Avia car. We've seen them maxing off behind the wheel, having a great couple of fights. Sherra Esports in their second car, the 916, with Shezza Esports, then GHD, the second of the, well, technically the first of the Sherra Esports cars, but it was the second one on the road, 906. Sits down there in 13th position with the Foso Tech by WMS. Two retirements from this category, Team Nitro Cup and Pole Promotion Esports. We only have two retirements, Peter, and they're both there at the back end of our Porsche Cup category.
Yeah, the level of attrition's actually been really low, which is great to see. Shows the quality of driving standards has been really, really good, because around this place, it's the tiniest error and it can be a complete yard sale crash. So big respect to all the teams and drivers, because they're taking on the ultimate challenge here, and brilliant to see such a low level of attrition.
Great fight there between the EMM and Coanda cars that we're seeing on our screen. That is the fight for second position. Julian Reimer and Elliot Veyron. We'll come back to that, I'm sure, in a few moments' time, because they're separated by a quarter of a second. We'll drop it on the SP10 category, where Williams Sim Racing currently in a 1 second lead over Sim RC. BMW versus BMW at the top end of the SP10s, and I suspect that might go all the way to the checkered flag. They've not been separated by more than a second for particularly long this afternoon. Doesn't seem as though that's going to be changing. Falcon Sim Racing, Tim Yarshall on the comeback drive up to 3rd position, and has been able to break away from Moritz Lerner for the Lion GP team. They have now started to build gaps between them. Nürburgring Esports will sit in 5th position with the Eiffel Racing GTU car in 6th. SRC Commerce Esports have dragged themselves off the rear end of the field in the SP10 category, courtesy of Lion GP. Dropping back, we saw Nico Schiffer having a couple of moments a bit earlier on before we went to our break, and the AC Oberhausen RR car, they had got ahead of the Lion GP car with that move into the carousel. They now find themselves behind once more. TSR Racing remain in 10th position at the rear end of the field in the SP10s, and they are now 53rd overall, the second last position, and in and amongst the M2s, which currently is being led by BS Competitions' Elias Riker. It's been a great drive thus far, 11 seconds clear of Maximilian Kokendorfer. Sherra Esports currently sat in that 2nd position, involved in a very tight fight, just 0.4 of a second between themselves and Nürburgring Esports is 285. Gregor Kinski behind the wheel of that car. Then 1 minute and 41 seconds, 100 seconds of time all the way back to the NG Core Racing 276 in 4th position with the Smiller Esports Dread. Walker Motorsports with a freshly, obviously earlier on in the race, repaired front of the car. Connor Carnick is behind the wheel once more of the 275. about 5.6 seconds to close back up to Leon Manning. Then it's Thomas Enger Sim-Racing, the Heikki Schaefer-driven car, 7th position in category. Then it's Venari, a Doc Dome Shop, Smiller Esports Green, and Racing Lounge 288. Currently sits a couple of laps down on the field. That is your update on where things are currently standing, with 55 minutes left to go. The race being controlled by HRT Esports by Coanda. They did have some drama though a couple of weeks ago. Is that maybe looming on the horizon once more? This though is the fight for second in the Porsche Cup.
EMM Esports Championship leader number 905 back into second position. Elliot Veyron for Coanda in the very iconic purple and orange colours. And oh, he's going to go try and go around the outside. Surely not, is he? Elliot Veyron, he is. All the way around the outside and then going to dive up the inside. That's a fantastic manoeuvre there by Elliot Veyron. And now it's going to switch back again, is it? No, Veyron snips back in front and into second position. That is a superb move there from the Coanda Esports driver.
Brilliant bit of fighting. Unfortunately, it's not for the race victory. It's only for second, but you've got to be thinking long game in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. You've got to be thinking points. You've got to be thinking stealing away second position is still better than third. So play the long game. It's not a particularly long season, and you need to be scoring some solid points on a very consistent basis over the 4-round run of this championship. And also a reminder as well, this is one of those things that kind of only really hits home when you start thinking about it. We're on the 20th of December. For a lot of these drivers, this is the last big race they will be doing in 2025. And that is kind of one of those things of, you know, a lot of these drivers won't be racing until the new year. Some of them might not even be racing until we do the Daytona 24 out in the middle of January. So you've got to be thinking, well, you've got to end the year on as much of a high as possible, on a victory, or a bare minimum a podium.
You'd hope so. Yeah, it's that last day of school scenario where we might well see the drivers throwing everything at it. Meanwhile, on the Tostinger Ho, the the Windward Racing Manfilter team in 7th position. Kai Hoffmann at the moment leading from the Lion GP car. It's in 8th position. I like how they've got the shirts as well. That's very cool.
Yeah.
Like one of those. Yeah. Of course, I mentioned Landgraf because sometimes this livery and sponsorship runs on the Landgraf car as well. So it's like it's an AMG livery that seems to switch about from team to team. But Windward Racing is the team that are running it right now. How relaxed does he look?
It reminds me of a certain someone called Gergo Baldi, who was racing around here. This is in the WTCR Esports Championship a couple of years ago, not on this sim, elsewhere in sim racing. But he was, I think it was the defendant. It was the season where he went on to win his second championship. Bear in mind, this is an insane grid of drivers. He'd pulled away from the rest of the field so comfortably. He was genuinely driving around this circuit eating marshmallows. There was an onboard shot of him, just casually just chuck him on him. That is calm.
I don't think that was an onboard driving shot somehow.
No, I don't. Well, weirdly enough, I don't think it was. But
no, either that was the most calm position you've ever seen behind.
It can't.
No, I don't think that was Kai Hoffmann somehow. No. But 7th place at the moment. I mean, it seems that it's the Fords and the BMWs that have had the edge. You have to say at the moment it's a Ford from 2 BMWs from another Ford. Of course, throw the Aston in there. Top AMG is 6th place, Chesed Esport, who arguably, of course, could be up there in the podium fight, but that tangle with that BMW M2 for Racing Lounge was quite costly.
But I will say, again, this is just to hammer home how much drama can come in this final hour, right? I'm pretty sure at 51 minutes to go, 2 weeks ago, the podium was an all Ford Mustang lockout. And the podium ended with a BMW M4 taking victory from a Ford Mustang from an Aston Martin. That is how much it changed in 50 minutes. And I think really that was in the final half an hour where all those changes happened. So just because things are looking so strong for you, it's always one of those ones to just keep in your mind that the final 50 minutes of a race like this is always the most dramatic. It's always the ones where things can chop and change so incredibly quickly, where a victory which looked like it was absolutely nailed on suddenly slips through your fingers, and that goes for all 4 of our categories. You can get penalties late on, there could be a misjudgment going through traffic as we start to push the limits of that very comment. Just anything, a mistake on strategy, someone getting past you in the final stages and building that confidence. Anything can happen in this part of the race. Obviously anything can happen at any point in the race, but it just feels like it's such a more pertinent time, for maybe a more painful time if something does go wrong.
Well, didn't Phil Dennis in the Malaford, was he not leading through Antonius Bucca on the last lap? So, not even a K and a half to go at that point.
I think they were switching. Yeah, I think it was certainly they'd switched before tip, but he definitely led going out to Gal.
Yes,
did the Malaka.
How often do we see that? Yeah, lead out at Galkopf and finish on just off the podium. We've seen that before, and I dare say we could see it again. Whether today or not, I don't know. But SP10, it's very likely to go down to that last lap shootout as Adam Isaacson right in behind for SimRC, right in behind the Williams Esports machine of Etu Eskelinen, and through Esbachen, Brunchen at the moment. The gravel trap on the left-hand side. In a car like this, in a GT4, you've got to be so precise and so good in those slow medium speed corners to try and just gain little hundreds of a second here and there. Really tricky cars to drive quickly to the very best guys. You almost have to be a bit of a GT4 specialist, I find, to be really, really strong in these cars.
Well, that's what I think, because I remember when, a year or so ago, Moritz Lerner was one of the absolute best in this car, and partly because he was obviously doing DTM Trophy. But you're absolutely right. I think because these cars drive so differently to the GT3s and the SP9 category, that just because you're fast in the SP9s does not mean that you're going to be fast in the SP10 category, because they're just too different. It's almost as if it's a completely different combination. In the same vein, it would be like saying, oh, well, you're fast on like the F1 games, so you'll be fast in the F4 on iRacing. It's not that they're way too different. They're not. It's just not the same thing.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. That battle though between Coanda and EMM still carrying on. Elliot Veyron leading on to the Dottinger Ho in second in class, 11 seconds now behind Frozen Speed. So that battle between Coanda and EMM for second place has allowed Frozen Speed to just pull away, and you take full advantage. Coanda with the fastest lap of the race there with an 8:01.6, which is quite a bit faster than the rest of the field, as SimRC getting it right in there close in to Tiergarten behind that Williams Esports machine. And mirror image in the Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Love it.
Yeah, the switch has gone the way of the EMM car. Let's see if Elliot Veyron can work their way back through. We saw those SP10s work their way into the pit lane for the final time this afternoon, and so I'm heading on the outside. An outside run though into the opening corner, and it is going to be the EMM car a bit deep on the brakes. Bit of contact between Julian Reimer and Elliot Veyron in the Coanda car. Just got a bit of a knock to the front right there, did the Coanda, but I think that's all fair. They're just racing hard at the moment over second position. Nothing bad came of it. They're all still going. Julian Reimer in the EMM Esports 905 is still able to hang on with 46 minutes left to go, and a final pit stop not too far away for them as well. Got to talk one thing when it comes to gaps. The Falcon Sim Racing team's final pit stop in the SP9 category is shorter than HRT Esports by Coanda. Do not rule them out of it, because Lewis Woods has been firing in some very impressive lap times. He's been closing that gap down. It was like 18 or 19 seconds when I looked at it about 20 minutes ago, and it is now 14 seconds. I think it's just dropped down because Malte Johansson has come into the pit lane with 45 minutes left to go. But I'm very curious to where Lewis Woods is going to be post the Falcon Sim Racing pit stop as they take over the race lead.
Well, theoretically could go 2 more laps. Quite a bit of fuel. You know, if you think about it, you know, a full tank is going to be, say, a 6-lap stint. That is, in terms of kilometers, now what's that, 150 kilometers roughly? So if you're saving 2 laps, you know, third of a stint, third of a tank, that's 10 seconds.
Yeah.
On the fuel pump. So that is all of a sudden we've got a race on.
Yeah. I think, like I say, I would certainly not be ruling Falcon Sim Racing out of this one at all this afternoon. They are definitely involved in the fight for the race lead, as they were obviously 2 weeks ago. Could be an opening double. Falcon Sim Racing stealing away the victory from the HRT Esports Biko and the squad once again. But that's still a fair way away, and we'll wait until they come into the pit lane to make any decisive remarks in that one. Through Arenberg after going through Schwedenkreuz, and as they went through Schwedenkreuz, getting a little bit of a look, the sun is getting quite low, and there are a few points on this circuit where it can be pretty blinding. Mostly is through Schwedenkreuz, and even the run up towards Flugplatz, you're pointing basically in that direction and climbing a hill. The rest of the circuit's not too bad. Going to get a little bit of it here, but it's more on the left-hand side, so you're all right. And then the only other time you're kind of pointing that direction, I think, is the breakers over Kallenhar, but there's also a lot of trees around, and you're going downhill, so it's not too bad. But one of those things to keep an eye on.
Elliot Veyron just not putting too much heat on here, keeping it nice and smooth and tidy. Just trying to pick his moment with 43 minutes to go. I mean, really, do you want to lead out of Galgenkopf? I'm not sure you do. I think you want to kind of take a watching brief, really. So do you just kind of play with it and want to sit yourself in the right position? And I guess, you know, if you're I mean, the lead is really gone. 12 seconds up the road now for frozen speed. But so if you're Elliot Veyron in this third place Coanda 992 GT3 Cup machine, do you just sit behind and not go by on the Dottinger hole? Do you actually breathe out the throttle when you're in the slipstream to not go by and then make your move at the end? Can you do that? Can you have the restraint to do that for 42 minutes?
The only thing that I would say about leading is that I think you've got a few more tactical cards than you can play. So take, for example, through Galgenkopf, and I think we will see this a little bit on the final lap, because a lot of the sim racers are very well aware of this. Being brave and backing up into the car ahead through Galgenkopf, because what you do is you effectively limit the gap. You want to be leaving Galgenkopf with the car behind right on your rear bumper, because if they are there, there's not much room for them to work into slipstream-wise, where what will end up happening is they'll work a little bit into it, they'll gain a little bit more speed, they'll pull out into the clean air, and they've not got the overspeed to do anything. Whereas obviously the car behind wants to be probably about 4 car lengths back, maybe a little bit more, and then you use that slipstream to kind of build that speed up, so you've got such an advantage by the time you get to them. There's nothing they can do about it. Little bit of those tactical games that you could do if you're in the lead, as the EMM car there did leave the carousel a little bit too high and clobbered the curb on the exit as well.
Got to be careful hitting those curbs. Some of them are very, very aggressive indeed, but they are just in flying formation at the moment. These two have been for a big proportion of the race. Car 905, of course, pole sitter twice, winner last time out. Looks like a second win in the row is going to be difficult from here. It's likely going to need a mistake from Frozen Speed, who are 12 seconds up the road as they come crest the hill towards Esbach and Brunchen. And we'll get our first look at the Dottinger hole tactics here between this pair. Who's going to it's almost like a game of chess, really, isn't it? Of where do you want to be, where do you want to position the car? And look at this, couple of car lengths lost there between the EMM car in second and Kawanda in third. But is that actually deliberate?
Exactly. It's one of those ones. Are you backing off so that you're definitely not going to get through, or you know, maybe going to catch them napping? It's so technical and tricky. And when we speak of strategy, generally speaking, we're speaking of what's happening in the pit stops and who's saving what and saving fuel and playing all of those strategic games. But there is the in-fight strategy as well. How you're playing your cards. When are you trying to get through? Are you setting up a few corners in advance? Are you, in this case, setting up a whole stint in advance with still 40 minutes left to go in this race? We head back up into the SP9 category. Malte Johansson behind the wheel of the HRT Esports bike and the car. You've got the man filter machine with Kai Hoffman behind the wheel. This is the battle for sixth position. Remember though, that Mercedes, the bright yellow Merc, is on a lot lighter fuel and some nice warm tyres. The Mustang that we've got in the white and purple is going to be losing out here, courtesy of being in a much heavier car and still getting those tyres fully up to temperature. What this does mean as well is that Malte Johansson's going to be losing out a whole lot of time to Lewis Woods, who again is in the race lead, low fuel, and is probably firing in some pretty healthy lap times at the moment comparatively.
Last time by for Falcon 7:48, Malte Johansson 7:52. Yes, there you go. There's the difference. The gap is 16 seconds between HRT Esports at the moment. Excuse me, no, it's not 47 seconds. But of course, there's the pit stop still to come. So it's we'll only really know when Falcon come out of the pits. They should have, they're just coming up middle part of the lap at the moment. So yeah, maybe a couple more laps before they come in. So they really aren't going to need much fuel.
You know, I'm going to take a bit of a bold gamble here, and I do like a little bit of a throwing out something cheeky that might happen, maybe not. I think Lewis Woods and Falcon Sim Racing will be leading after the pit stop.
Possibly.
I genuinely think they'll be in front, because setting some great lap times at the moment, has a car that's got low fuel and is obviously very confident with this circuit after winning a couple of weeks ago.
Quite possibly. Yeah, quite possibly. And they have gone the route of, you know, they were one of 3 cars which did a 7-lap stint at the beginning of the race. Everybody else was a 6-lap. One of those other cars was the number 1 BS competition BMW, which is in second at the moment. So is there something in that? The fact that the 2 of them are BMWs as well, is it easier to save fuel in the BMW than it is in the Ford, maybe?
There's all these different changes, all these differences between each of the cars. The Nürburgring Esports Aston Martin's number 42 and the Mahler Racing Team's Mustang of Rainer Talvar, Konstantin Schaaf for Nürburgring, and David Toth for Cheza Esports all head their way into pit lane. Still leaving Lewis Woods and Felix Quernbach as your race leaders. Running first and second, 5.8 seconds between the pair of them, and running 46 seconds clear. Has David Toft just got a speeding in the pit lane, but he's just got a black flag on my screen?
I think so, because he's just gone into the pit lane, so I would imagine so. Well, a story of what could have been for Cheza Esport. It really should have been a podium for them, and it's just unravelling in the second half of the race.
And for them, if that is the case, it's another late penalty. They had a penalty in the final 20 minutes for not, it was in the last round of the championship, for not serving the mandated 30-second pit stops, right? So they hadn't served their proper time in official time in pit lane. They got a penalty for that in the final 20 minutes. 35 minutes to go in this one, and they've received another penalty for another pit lane related infringement. They are really hoping that 2026 looks slightly different with their pit lane running. If that is the case, that is definitely. I'm only saying that through hope from their side, but I'm pretty sure that is a guarantee. They have lost a lot of time because of that black flag.
Yeah, you're right. They'll be hoping that their fortunes turn around a little bit. There's a great battle on for the AM subcategory in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring between Carlar Esports car, your car on screen right now, the black and green machine, but the Smirillis, number 910, not far behind them, just to the back of shot there, about a second and a half between them right now. Of course, Smirillis, who had that penalty earlier on, 10-second penalty for that incident at turn 1 on the first lap, but they're right there in the fight for their class. Now, the two cars at the front of the field, Falcon Sim Racing and BS Competition, they're now onto what we would imagine would be their last lap of their stint. We know, though, that those cars can actually do an extra lap, but potentially not at the speed they're going. But we know that we have seen 7-lap stints for those BMWs. Will they do that or not remains to be seen. But even if they manage their regular stint of 6 laps, they'll be coming in at the end of this lap. They're just in the second sector of the lap at the moment, out of 3. So we'll know very soon whether Falcon Sim Racing are going to jump out ahead of the Mala Ford, ahead of the HRT Ford, or if they're going to be right in at the same point and in for a bit of a battle.
I mean, look, this is exactly what. This is why we love racing at the Nürburgring. There's always such drama when it comes to either on-track racing or, you know, the pit stop strategy, how things unfold with that, how things are pieced together with such difficulty with all the teams and drivers. It's one of those ones, like in sim racing, we test a lot of the endurance racing. It's still the case here. As much as a lot of these teams do have race engineers and stuff, all as part of their given teams. It's one of those ones where you as a driver, as soon as you're out of the car, you're almost effectively expected to become a spotter, a race engineer, a driving coach, to keep an eye on the race, even though effectively your time is done behind the wheel of your car for an afternoon, and effectively the race is out of your hands, outside of certain other drivers where maybe they kind of switch things around and maybe do one stint at the start and then one stint at the end and then 2 stints separated in the middle. Who knows? There's lots to play for in the final 30 minutes of the race. A lot of drivers have finished their final pit stop. We're still waiting for our top 2 in the race to come into the pit lane. That's currently being led by Falcon Sim Racing ahead of BS Competition. But will they be able to hang on to the checkered flag, or will HRT Esports by Coanda retake over the race lead with 30 minutes left to go?
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen,
follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Back racing again at the Nürburgring Nordschleife with 31.5 minutes left to go. We are ready for another rip-roaring finale, as we had just a couple of weeks ago in a dicey fight for the top 2. What are we going to get here with very little time left on the clock? Myself, Lewis McGlade, Pete Mackay alongside the commentary booth. And we are having strategy games played between 2 of the very best teams in sim racing, between HRT Esports by Coanda, between Falcon Sim Racing. They are holding on to those top 3 spots with BS Competition as well, the #1 car sprinkled in between. This is going to be a great fight to the end.
You bet. It is. It is. Brian van der Grijp in the 992 GT3 Cup machine, 9th overall at the moment, but we're trying to chase down Carlar Esports. The gap's now gone up a little bit though, to 2.6 seconds to Carlar, to Smirillis. So Brian van der Grijp going to have to really get the hammer down as he comes through the Beloff S. I think it's my favourite part of the circuit here. Just over the crest, car goes light and then down through this super quick right left. You get it wrong here, it's bad. It's really, really bad if you get it wrong there, but if you get it right, it's so satisfying. Then in towards Schwalbenschwanz, that right-hander there, that's Kevin Estra's favourite corner, the man here at the Nürburgring. Then towards Kleine Carousel. Very nice and smooth there from Ryan van der Grijn.
Absolutely buttery through this final portion of the circuit. And you get a real understanding, and it does have some damage on it, by the way, as to how little margin for error there is around the circuit. And it is one of those ones where through that final sector, you've got to know which curves you can attack and which curves you cannot, and that is easier said than done. Felix Quernbach, by the way, for BS Competition, remains out on the circuit, sets the fastest lap of the race, faster than pole position, by the way, 7:44.816, an absolutely incredible lap. Meanwhile, the 44 of Falcon Sim Racing and Lewis Woods is into the pit lane. Our BS Competition in the fight for the race lead, if they're able to set times like that with one final lap left to go out on the circuit before coming into the pit lane, it'll be a very short splash for fuel. Do not count them out.
They're in it, yeah, because they were only 5 seconds behind Falcon, and Falcon have appeared. Yes, they have. They've come out in front of HRT Coanda by a good margin, 9.4 seconds at the moment. Actually, just coming down to about 9 seconds. But that's a huge jump for Falcon Sim Racing ahead of HRT Esports by Coanda, who appear to be losing this race now, not on pace, but on pit strategy. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's one of those ones to look at where I'm thinking, wow, is it a race potentially thrown away by HRT Esports by Coanda? It's just distracted they're running?
Or the Mustang's too thirsty.
Or the Mustang's too thirsty. You're absolutely right, because BS Competition and Falcon Sim Racing both run those BMW M4s like you've said, and maybe they're just very economical around this circuit. They, relatively speaking, it's still motorsport, isn't it? And they're making it work. And the Mustang, maybe not so much. It's also one of those ones that kind of changes round on round. I've got to say, Reddit Talvar's got a bit of damage on the front left of his Mustang, just a little bit. Bodywork dented in a touch. I'm sure it's not going to help, particularly on the Duttinger Hoe, as he will get up to the back of the Sim RC car, who's dropped 5 seconds off the back of Williams Sim Racing. We were thinking that battle for the lead might go all the way down to the checkered flag in the SP10 category. 5 seconds now, Williams Sim Racing hold the category's lead.
Yeah, it's just started to stretch a little bit, which that's a surprise. I wonder if that's, again, come down to fuel strategy. I mean, their last pit stops, Williams were a little bit better in pit lane, 1.3 seconds faster in the pit lane, but and they came in absolutely nose to tail. So it's been a great stint here by Santeri Martikainen, who just seems to be that little bit faster than John Aylan. Last time by, took half a second out. So yeah, Williams just turning the screw in this final stint. So where do BS Competition fit in the mix here? With running a lap longer, of course, they're going to need to be in the pits for less time. So they could potentially jump in and maybe even jump ahead of Falcon on that final stint. I mean, the last pit stop for Falcon, 21 seconds. Well, there you go. There's the benefit of being able to go that extra lap.
Absolutely. And again, it seems like the strategy has been played by some of our other teams, and BS Competition, Falcon Sim Racing are playing their cards. But it'd be amazing if Falcon Sim Racing was sat there looking at it thinking, oh, we're definitely going to have the race lead now, this is ours to lose. And BS Competition said, no, you're good on fuel, we're better. And it's hard to save a lap of fuel around here while setting some good lap times is impressive. Obviously, it's not a full lap, let's say. Most likely, a full tank in the BMW M4 or quite a lot of categories is never going to be put all the way down to a whole lap. So it never will be, a full tank can do 8 laps. It's always like it can do 7.7. So you're saving 0.3 of a lap over a stint, or something in that vein, right? The fact that Felix Quirnbach's been able to save that while setting the time and keeping up with Lewis Woods is very impressive. Will it be enough for them to hang on to the race lead? At the moment, they are the holders of the fastest lap in the form of that 7:44.816 that was set on the previous lap. Will it hold all the way? Mahler, 1.5 seconds clear of the Nürburgring esports team, Konstantin Schaaf behind the wheel. They were able to grab a podium in the previous round. The number 42 at the moment. It's only going to be a top 5.
Could we see BMWs win in SP10 and SP9? It's looking like very likely at the moment. A wild prediction, Lewis, we're going to see a BMW win in M2.
You think?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I'm going to get off the fence, yeah.
You're going to bet your house on that one? Bet your membership at Glen Eagles on that bad boy. Here's Noah Edder through. Oh!
Whoa!
Gonna catch it! Gonna catch it! Gonna keep going!
Oh! Oh, well
held. Go on!
Go on.
What a save!
Wow.
I think through all of that, he was probably sat there being like, I'm hitting that barrier. Oh, no, I'm hitting that barrier. No, I'm hitting that barrier. Oh, no. I'm not hitting any barrier. That was an epic save.
That'd make good onboard footage, wouldn't it? Just like absolute crossing hands back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Wow. Save it the season.
That there is why I tend to race front-wheel drive touring cars these days. Much easier to save those, isn't it? You start sliding the rear end, point in the opposite direction, and slam the throttle down. That requires an awful lot of skill, especially there. Very, very impressive from Noah Edder, who did have a very impressive start to the race as well, going from the back of the GT3 field all the way, or the SP9 field, right, we'll call that way, and all the way up into, was it 6th position by the end of the stint?
Yes. Yeah, very, very strong stint at the beginning there for EWJ from the back of the pack. And yeah, certainly save of the season so far, no doubt about it. Wow. I think that's the best save I've ever seen at that corner.
I am struggling to think of, to be honest, I'm struggling to think of many better saves that I've seen, period. I'm not that, it was very impressive. I've seen some good saves in my time, but that would rank up there as an epic save. With 20 minutes to go, hopefully that is the last mega save that Noah Edder will have to make. Unfortunately, I wonder if this is down to track limit excursions and whatnot. Unfortunately, we'll have to take a trip down onto pit lane, as that car has been black flagged, I'm afraid. So, unfortunately for Noah Edder, as much as the save was great, it still comes with a slight price. Battle for the final step on the podium in the ASP10s as the Falcon Sim Racing car trying to battle it out with the 167 Line GP car, their lead car in this fight. As I think we did just have a pit stop from Frozen Speed G&G and a couple of the co-anders in the Porsche Cup category. It's only EMM Julian Reimer, who's remaining out on the circuit at the moment, needs to come into the pit lane from the lead of that category now. And
that may well get them back in the mix, because again, if they're going a lap longer, this is EMM Esports we're talking about, they are obviously going to gain time back. Now, BS Competition, overall leader in the pit lane right now. How much time have they saved? Is it enough to launch them out ahead of Falcon Sim Racing as they come out of the pits? It looks like it has been enough as things stand. Yes, there's 2.6 seconds between them. So BS Competition, after having saved that extra lap of fuel, have leapfrogged into the lead. That's actually a delta of 7 seconds you save by gaining 1 lap of fuel longer. Wow. Yeah. So therefore 2 laps, nearly 15 seconds.
I think that fight is not done yet. There is a lot more to play for in the fight for the race lead in the SP9. We had an absolutely incredible fight under the checkered flag a couple of weeks ago, and I think we might be in for it again. As here's the fight for fourth. Rainer Talvar, Konstantin Schaaf with a look to the inside for the Nürburgring Esports 42 at the opening corner of the track as they head their way through on what should be the third to last lap of this race. It is still Mahler hanging on from the Nürburgring Esports team. I've been telling loads of people this fact. It's mostly because my co-commentator at GB3, Formula 3 Zone Piers Pryor, once told me. Did you know that there's obviously you've got final lap, you've got penultimate lap. Do you know there's a word for the third to last lap as well?
What's that?
Ante-penultimate. There's even a word for the fourth to last lap, which is pre-ante-penultimate, which is actually really underwhelming when you think about it, but it's fine. See, you dropped it on broadcast out of absolutely nowhere. Really caught me off guard.
You just like, pardon?
What did you say?
But, I mean, what's wrong with 3 laps to go? Not showing off.
It is very, very showy just to drop it out of nowhere. And it's like, why does that word even exist? 3 laps to go is absolutely fine.
Nobody likes a smart Alec. Yeah. Or a smart Piers, as the case may be.
Yeah. Sorry, I drop that on every broadcast now, just to hammer home my intelligence, which only comes from Piers Pryor. Got a battle, also it's just Tom taking some racing, trying to keep the Minari at bay. At the moment, 1.6 seconds between the pair of them, allowing the Frozen Speed Grid and Go-Kart to squeeze its way through in the lead of the Porsche Cup category. I think that lead will be, I say retained, but obviously EMM's in the lead of that category. They've got a pit stop to make, they've got 34 seconds over the Frozen Speed Grid and Go-Kart. Unless the pit stop is incredibly short, surely the EMM car is going to come out way behind the Frozen Speed Grid and Go.
I think it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight, and remember those Porsche 992 GT3 Cups are a lot more frugal than the GT3 cars are.
Yeah.
So probably won't need much fuel. Now, where are they in the lap at the moment? They're only in sector 1, so then they're only going to need 2 laps of fuel to put on board.
Yeah, maybe there's.
It's close. It's close, I think.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Unfortunately, for the bright gold-fronted Stint 1 KRS Motorsport, though, they are having a whole host of troubles with some lap traffic here. They're trying to work their way through, and it's so narrow through this part of the circuit. There's no way to easily navigate it, as they finally do get past the Falcon Sim Racing SP10 car that sits in third in class. They're starting to feel the pressure from the Lion GP car at present. Got to say as well, the bright gold of the Stint 1 car seems to be a lot less shiny at this point in the race. It's almost become matte, the front end of that car.
It's maybe got some, what's the word? Not battle scars, but some patina over the course of the race.
Absolutely. It's faded, potentially. Certainly going to have a few bugs splattered across and tyre marks and all that and the other splattered across the front of that car, I'm afraid. But I actually, you know, it's one of those ones, I spoke to a few commentators stuff about this. Like, obviously, yeah, you finish Nürburgring 24 Hour, you finish Le Mans particularly. There was a point where quite a lot of the cars would be cleaned and then preserved. I don't like that. I want that car to be preserved. If it is, if it was to, I went, whoa! Entry core into the barrier as the Hamp Racing Team Commander car was trying to get through. It absolutely slammed the curb. Brutal.
Spoiler alert, they have a mechanical warning flag.
Yes. That?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a big hit.
A huge hit. Yeah, there wasn't any contact from what I could see.
No, we had a low down angle of it, but I also don't think there was anything. I think that realistically speaking, Malte Johansson was just lapping his own bit, and it was the BMW that took to the curb. Will be on board? Oh yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Ow.
I actually was just trying to keep out the way of the Ford and just overdid it ever so slightly.
Yeah, That's brutal. Unfortunately, a brutal end to what is a difficult race. Speaking of black flags, Nürburgring Esports number 42, Konstantin Scharf, received a black flag. Well, that was for.
Well, that will drop them back from 5th position. They do have 31 seconds back, so they may actually be able to serve it. If it's just a drive-through, they might be able to serve it and come back out ahead. Man filter team, so 31 seconds between them, so touch and go. At the front of the field, it's 2.8 seconds in the second sector, which is the first kind of flying sector. We were able to get a read on them. Felix Kernbach, in the lead of the race, has pulled out 0.4 of a second through that middle part of the lap over Lewis Woods for Falcon Sim Racing. And in BS competition, if they could get a win on the board here, they were 4th in round 1, whereas Falcon got the win. That would be a really useful win for their championship campaign, but Falcon was 2nd place. Even if they can't get that win today, a 1st and a 2nd will make them championship leaders going into Christmas time.
Yeah, indeed. They'll hold that all the way until we return back racing in the new year, where I'm sure things will get just as dicey out on the race circuit, and maybe some people will find a little bit more time, or really, because it's Christmas, we'll lose a little bit of time because we've had too much Christmas pudding. We'll have to wait and see how that one.
No such thing.
You don't think so? I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of Christmas pudding. That's all right, you know. Christmas
Bit of brandy butter on it.
Oh no! See, the dangerous thing for me at this time of year, and to clarify, don't do this when driving because no drink driving. Baileys.
Oh,
love
yes.
Baileys.
Yeah, I don't mind a bit in that. Yeah.
Unfortunately, you realise there's 314 calories in 100 milliliter. It's not good for you. It's not good for you. And they sell them in litre bottles for 15 quid in Tesco at the moment. It is a dangerous combination for someone like myself.
So that means a bottle has
3,000 calories. I can polish one off in a night as well. It's really dangerous.
A litre. You could drink a litre of Baileys.
I probably could.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not. Well, 100 mils, nothing. We'll see Konstantin Scharf. We'll drag it back onto the race. 2 laps
100 mil is a quadruple.
Yeah, it's not that much. Do you not fill the glass all the way to the top? It's only 17%. It's fine. 12 and a half minutes left to go. 2 laps left of this race, and as much as we have just seen the Nürburgring Esports car get their way through into 4th position past Rainer Talvar, this one will need to be handed back at the end of the lap, courtesy of a black flag in the hands of Konstantin Scharf. So it's been a great showing for them this afternoon. I get the feeling they might cross the line in 5th place. There's 33 seconds back, you were pointing this out earlier, 33 seconds back to the man filter team. Realistically should be able to hang on to a top 5.
Let's see if they can do that. So, I mean, you've thrown me off the thought of Baileys. I'm thinking, right, I need to get down to the shops and get going. So that means basically a double measure, a double pub measure, would be about the same as a chocolate bar. I don't think it's that bad.
Nah, okay, yeah, it's not that bad. It's just, I think it's just a lot of, it's a lot of, it's more calories than I expected. Let's go with that.
Yeah, there's a lot of sugar in there. I've got inside information on that kind of thing. The gap at the front, 3.5 seconds. It is just stretching out sector by sector. PS competition, well, they've got the strategy right, and they've done it. They've executed throughout the whole 3 hours. That's the impressive thing, is that they've had to do 2 7-lap stints out of the 4 of the race, and nobody else has been able to do that, and that's been the difference. But you obviously, it's all very well doing the fuel number, but you've got to do the pace as well as the fuel number.
It's a tricky combo, a tricky balancing act to get your head round. But clearly, we are talking about some of the best teams in sim racing, working their heads around it and playing their magic, and it is impressive to watch. Sometimes a lot of these drivers, when they start finding that real efficiency on fuel, they can sometimes start finding a little bit more time as well. It is crazy because they start really smoothing things out around the circuit. And with Felix Quernbach and BS Competition, the race is very much in their hands at the moment. It's really impressive considering earlier on in the race. Remember that Jaden Conright behind the wheel of the BS Competition car in the early stages, they dropped off the lead by quite. That shows how impressive Felix Quernbach's final couple of stints here has been. There's a look to the inside coming in for Lion GP, stealing away the podium spot if they're able to do so through the S section. They're trying to do it. Sorry, it's for the race lead rather in that SP10 category, and a little bit of flashing of lights coming off of the Lion GP car. He's not happy.
So did Williams Sim Racing have
another pit stop? Yeah, this is what
Yes.
I've just checked. I was like looking at it, I'm sure this was for second and third, but no, it is. This is now for the race lead. Martikainen for Williams Sim Racing has been in the pit lanes. It's 3.3 seconds off the back of this. We could have a three-way fight here. Where has that come from?
Wow. Yeah, so it's obviously marginal in terms of fuel then. So if the Falcon and Lion GP cars have been fuel saving and have managed to extend their stints out, whereas Williams and Sim RC are on a different strategy. Oh, that's messy. Oh dear. That one might rumble on into the night.
Yeah, it's race control. I'm sure will be taking a quick look. It was a little bit over the line, I'm sure, but maybe they'll be even further over the line. We'll have to wait and see. We've still got a lap and a bit left to go as we rise over the crest, prepare for the insane left-hander at Schwedenkreuz, onto the brakes into Arenberg. And every now and then you just see in the background sneaking into the shot Williams Sim Racing. I said they were 3 seconds behind. 2.8. It is getting closer. I do think that Martikainen might be a part of this fight with Zemisch and Schneider. They are not out of the woods yet when it comes to being involved in that fight with Williams Sim Racing.
Well,
there's a lot to play for.
Yes, there is. There is a lot, and I think Tunteri Martikainen is a really quick pilot, so I think he could be in the mix here as well. So it's going to go down to the wire in the SP10s, and of course, if that battling continues in such an aggressive way between Schneider and Zemisch, these two leading SP10 BMWs, then of course that is going to bring the Williams Sim Racing car of Tunteri Martikainen back into the mix as well.
Downhill they go and into Callanard, and of course it's waiting for the main opportunity on the Duttinger to use that to work your way through. But the problem is I don't think it is just going to be these two cars. I think it will be the 2.1 seconds as the Williams Sim Racing car continues to close down. Just to remind you of the battles up and down the field, at least for the race category leads elsewhere. In the M2 category, the one that has been effectively the closest all day, isn't this hilarious how this all works? The one that's been the closest basically all day is the one that has the largest gap to the race lead now. 9.3 seconds of BS Competition over the rest of the field. The SP10s, we've seen how close it is. It's insanely close in the SP10s, and it looks like that is going to go all the way down to the end of the race. In the Porsche Cup, Frozen Speed Grid and Go now have Julian Reimer and the EMM Esports team right over the rim. It's 1 second now separating those two. And we can see there on the right-hand side of your screen, the gap first, second to third in the SP9 category. 12 seconds separates first, second to third, with Felix Quernbach leading by 4 over Lewis Woods in the championship-leading Falcon Sim Racing car.
Yeah, the gap just increasing. It's Felix Quernbach, for me, driver of the day. He'd been able to do that fuel number and put the pace together. Meanwhile, EMM East looking to get a double victory here, right on the case now of Frozen Speed. So that, again, we mentioned it, you know, that extra lap of fuel, that shorter pit stop has brought EMM back into the mix. So race leader over the line then to start the final lap. Felix Kernbach with a gap of over 5 seconds. Just got to get it home now.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to bring it all the way to the checkered flag, and maybe things will get easier, but still there's traffic to deal with. There's the Porsche Cup lead battle to deal with. As they navigate that, we now know that as well. The Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring will also be on their final lap of the race, and they'll be well aware of that as well, that they will not get a second pump at it as they allow the race leading, overall leading BMW M4 BS competition car to take over the lead, or to get past that group and to continue on leading this afternoon's racing. What brilliant strategy it's been by BS competition. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's not, you can have the strategy, but you've got to execute it as well. And you know, they've taken a risk by going for that, and they've pulled it off really, really well. And yeah, the drivers need to do their job. And Jaden Conwright, great racer from the States, doing his job really, really well. Getting that fuel strategy working, getting that extra lap, put them in the position to be able to strike, and that's exactly what he did. But who's going to come out on top in SP10 here? They will have one more lap when they get to the line as well. And are Williams getting closer? Oh yeah, really closer. Santeri Martikainen is only 0.8 of a second behind this bunch. There you go. There he is at the back of the shot. It's a 3-car fight for the win.
Yeah, this is going to be an excellent duel, as it has been up and down this order all afternoon. We've had some great fighting, and again, DNLS delivers more excellent racing again and again and again, and we continue to see that. We saw it last week and we're seeing it again. It just seems to always deliver, and always delivering right toward the end of the race as well. It's very impressive, and it's one of those ones where I'm always a little bit surprised, and I'm thinking, why am I surprised? Why am I surprised? It always goes this way. There's always some great fighting late on, and we are going to get it once again. Is there going to be a switch here in the SP10 lead, or a Lion GP going to sit behind and think, I'll see you in another lap. I'll see you later on in the race. They're going to pull out the slipstream and drag it alongside. But when we get down to Tiergarten, who's going to be leading in this group?
Nobody really wants to lead at this point, I don't think, but side by side, or do they? Well, oh, Lion GP going through then into the lead. Fantastic there from Anton Jemisch, but has he gone too early? Has he put himself in a vulnerable position in about 20 kilometers time? And there we have the pit stops required. They're already too short on fuel, so that they needed a final splash and dash like Santeri Martikainen needed. And that makes it a whole lot easier then for Williams Sim Racing.
Absolutely. That is going to make things a bit more comfortable. We were wondering if they were going to be a little bit too close on fuel, but one final lap would be not enough. I'm sure they were all well aware of that a little bit earlier on in the day, that maybe they wouldn't be able to reach all the way to the end of the race from this point. But alas, into the pit lane they go, back out they go, and returning out with a little bit of traffic out there for them. And the fight for third position now on the circuit after Sim RC and Williams Sim Racing have gotten through. That's an anti-car. I was really looking forward to that.
It was building nicely, wasn't it? Yes, exactly. Well, of course, in the SP10 category, this will be a switch around from what we saw last time out, with Sim RC taking the win ahead of Williams. That's, yeah, just switched right round on itself. So they go in tied up. If it finishes as they are right now, they'll go in tied up going into the Christmas break. But final lap up the Kesselchen for the final time then for Felix Kernbach, my driver of the day for sure. The mixture of pace and fuel economy, really impressive. And although it looked like the Ford seemed to have the outright pace, the BMWs have come on strong, and actually when you look at the best lap of the race, 7:44.8 for Felix Kernbach, quicker than the qualifying time, and about 6/10 quicker than the nearest car, which was that HRT eSports by Kawanda Ford. So when really hooked in, that BMW is proving to be a formidable race car package. Meanwhile, definitely not done in Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Didn't you say, oh yeah, the Frozen Speed are gone, they're away with it, they're safe? Was that you, Lewis, that said that? I think it might have been.
It might have been someone in this commentary booth. Let's go with that.
And I said bold. Here's what. This is why.
Look, as long as they still win, right? Which that is definitely not a guarantee at this moment. Julian Reimer has done a great job. To be fair, I said earlier on in the race that Coan were maybe not nailed on, but in a comfortable spot, and they're going to end up finishing in third in the SP9 category. And it shows how this final portion of this race, this final third, the final hour, really unfolds in wild and spectacular ways. And Julian Reimer could be in prime position to steal away the victory from Frozen Speed Grid & Go, who have led all afternoon. And I mean, in this scenario, we were talking about this earlier on, which way round do you want to be going onto the Digital, and we were kind of discussing that maybe you want to be the second car. We're about to see if that's going to bear any fruit.
Well, you've got to be close enough, though. That's the thing, to get that good exit out of Galgenkopf. Meanwhile, the battle over fourth is equally fraught between EMM 914 of Luca Alper and Sean Terra for Coanda Esports. So it's battles going on all around the circuit. Then on this final lap for the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. But is the sister car, the 905, the championship leader for EMM Esports, is it close enough to the Frozen Speed car to be able to get that run onto the Döttinger Ho? That's the question.
Yeah, there's going to be a few drag races here in the Cup category, and there's going to be a few exciting exchanges. You can see all that damage on the left-hand side of the EMM car as they've been grinding a barrier somewhere around this circuit. There's still some that remain fairly close, a couple that you can bounce off if you're not careful, and I get the feeling that's what they have done. On to the Döttinger Ho, though, for the final time. Our race leaders work their way out onto it, 6 seconds clear of Lewis Woods and the Falcon Sim Racing team that have been so impressive today. The BS competition team have been flying. The #1 car, Jaden Conwright, might have had a couple of scary moments in the opening stint of the race, and one point they were dropping what I thought was maybe out of contention, but Felix Quernbach has said absolutely not, and the fight back was on. And after an absolutely incredible 3-hour race, and after some absolutely incredible strategy masterclass, the #1 is going to reign supreme here. BS competition win round 2 of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. What a fantastic drive from Felix Quernbach and from Jaden Conwright, as there's some battling behind, which is going to see our race victory go the way of EMM.
Oh, and there's been a little bit of a disagreement with the HRT. Ford there in between EMM and Frozen Speed. So Frozen Speed, who led the whole way, lose it in the last couple of corners. Oh, gutting for them. But EMM, number 905, they make it 2 poles and 2 wins. Sounds routine, not a bit of it, but they get it right at the death.
Yeah, there's going to be there's going to be a little bit of talk between that. We'll need to see that one potentially on replay as to what happened between EMM and Frozen Speed. Speaking of EMM losing out of position here, Commander are ahead. They've got one of the BMW M2s as well to navigate as well as they head their way through. Chanterre at the moment ahead, 4th position presently. Luca Alpert might be able to drag race their way back through, but it does seem as though 4th position in this race is going to go the way of the Commander 917. A solid day for Commander around the green hell as they cross the line. Slightly damaged car, of course. But what a race it has been for BS competition, for EMM Esports, and then further down the order for BS competition again, who will win 2 categories across the line already. Niels Koch has crossed for the 284 car, so they've won in 2 categories this afternoon. For Williams Sim Racing, they are nailed on, 16 seconds clear of Sim RC. It seems as though they might be taking the SP10 category to the checkered flag here.
Yeah, it will be, but battle then still rages on for 3rd place between Lion GP and Falcon Sim Racing. They've been glued together through a lot of the day, heading now through the middle part of the lap. Here's the replay then. So EMM have already got it by this point, so they got the draft there. Frozen Speed tried to have another go, big lunge, and just can't quite get it stopped, had to have a go. So yeah, EMM had already got the job done. after. It's obviously got the right exit out of Galgenkop, took the draft and took the win. What a fight back from EMM.
Yeah, that is incredible. Great attempt, though. I've got to say, I respect the attempt wholeheartedly here on the Sim 4, the Frozen Speed Grid and Go-Kart. Taz Dillon gave it a good go, wasn't quite there, and Julian Reimer was able to hang on in that fight. We've got the fight for 12th position here. The German sim racing .de by ACV car, just ahead of the 32 Nürburgring esports car, strapped behind the wheel of the Aston Martin, behind the white Aston Martin, trying to get past the black and green one. I get the feeling that probably is a little bit too far back to find anything to close and pass before we get down into Tiergarten. As the camera zooms out a little bit, you really do get an understanding there is way too large of a gap there.
Yeah, 12th place it's going to be then for GermanSimRacing.de with their Aston Martin Vantage. Rumbles its way out the final corner. The number 35, that's a Volkenhorst number. 35 Aston, that's a Volkenhorst car. They're obviously fans.
Big fans. But then, does that mean that, you know, anyone who's driving the 44 is a big fan of Lewis Hamilton? So,
well, 44 is a Falcon number.
It is. It is. Like I say,
For Falcon.
That's true. But you know, you got to think. You only got to think in the modern world of motorsport. Anyone that drives at 23?
Michael Jordan.
Well, Nissan as well. I was going with that. But if, yeah, there's so many places where you can take it. I know why my number exists, and I know what it is. It's 78. And it's 78 because Sebastian Loeb, when I first started sim racing, had won 78 rallies, and I think he's the best driver of all time. And then he came back and won another couple. We don't care about those. As we'll see, Falcon Sim Racing in the battle for third position, keeping Lion GP at bay. The drag race towards the line. Are they going to be able to hang on all the way up to the checkered flag? It's going to be very tight, but it is going to go the way. Third place for Falcon Sim Racing. BMW M4s reigning pretty supreme in the SP10 category. First through fourth.
Yeah, domination really for the Munich manufacturer in SP10 and at 1-2 in SP9 as well. Once again, it's BMW taking the victory in the top category. It's very successful DNLS season so far for the Munich manufacturer, who of course took the victory in the Nürburgring 24 this year as well, despite not really having much of an NLS program.
Yeah. I mean, look, if it works, it works. And if you're fast, you're fast. We'll see the final few drivers across the line, and then we'll give you the rundown of the order and then let you get away for what I'm sure will be a relatively festive weekend for everyone sat at home before we come back racing again in the new year. If you are going to leave the coverage now, I will let you know as to when the next round is regardless, because it is a long wait before we see them racing again, the 21st of February. So we won't see them racing for 2 months until we get DNLS 3. And then the week after, we go racing once again for DNLS 4. Back-to-back weeks right at the end of February. I'm sure back-to-back weeks we're going to see some excellent racing like we've seen in the opening 2 rounds of the 2025-26 season. Won by BS Competition in a brilliant way. Look, both the races so far this season have been incredible. There's no reason to assume that the ones next year, well, they're not going to be any different.
No, they're going to be thrillers these next 2 rounds. And can the Fords get on? Can they get on touch with the BMWs? That's the thing. Is there something? You know, that the BMW seem to be the only car that can do a 7-lap stint, but you have to really make it work to do that. But maybe you could say the Ford has the absolute ultimate pace, maybe, but although it's very slight. But the big advantage is that fuel that the BMW seems to be able to stretch out that little bit better. So what the Ford teams, I'm sure, will be working very hard over the next couple of months to try and redress that balance.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those ones of when you see the entirety of the Ford contingent doing the same thing and going a lap short on the BMW, maybe they'll be arguing a case that something needs to change behind the scenes. Maybe they need a little bit of a balance of performance assistance when it comes to extending that fuel tank. Or maybe they need to find something themselves, see what fuel they can save and what fuel games they can play across the line. being the AC Oberhausen Cup across the line. That'll be our final car with the checkered flag in an excellent race here. And again, I really enjoyed that one. I know your driver of the day is Felix Quernbach, and I honestly, I could not say anything really against that. Here's your provisional race results. We've got BS Competition, the #1 car, in first place. Jaden Conwright, Felix Quernbach across the line to take victory by 5.6 seconds over Falcon Sim Racing. HRT Esports by Coanda in third. Mitchell de Jong and Johansson, of course, they're in third position. And then a big 30-second gap back to the Marla Racing team. Phil Denez and Rainer Talvar behind the wheel of that one. Fourth position for them. Nürburgring Esports in fifth. Weren't able to steal away a podium for the second consecutive round with the Manfilter team, who put on a great display on the race down into the first corner, going a little bit even into the grass. They finished their way in sixth position. Chesa Esports and Lion GP in seventh and eighth before we get the Stint 1 Mustang in ninth. SimRC will finish the way in 10th position with Jürgen Frank behind the wheel. Scherer Esports, the German simracing.de by ACV team, with the second of the Nürburgring Esports, number 32 there. Next Level Racing Esports, and then, of course, the EWJ Bauschmachine car in 15th position. Then the NG Core Racing. The final three teams being the Spinner Esports Pro, the Eiffelland, and, of course, the Seaback Esports car in 19th position, all finishing a lap down and in and amongst our Porsche Cup category, where, of course, it was an excellent drive by EMM to steal away the victory in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. It was them stealing it away right on the final run towards the line. The Frozen Speed Grid and Go car was able to try and look down the inside, but couldn't quite complete the move and have to settle for second position. Coanda Esports in third position. The 918 ahead of the 917, able to get past Sean Terre behind the wheel, ahead of Luca Alpert for the EMM Esports 914 car. Then it's Dur Esports. Then we've got Carlar and the Smiralis Racing team back there in eighth position. Of course, Carlar, winner of the AM category here in the Porsche Cup. Smiralis in eighth position, having dropped down after a penalty in the earlier stage of the race back on lap one. Avia in ninth position. Chesa Esports with Scherer Esports in 11th and 12th position. Their first car in the 906 ahead of their second car in the 916. GHD Motorsports and the Foso Tech team would be finishing down there. And there was a couple of retirements in the form of Team Nitro and Pole Promotions. We've got the SP10s with William Sim Racing taking a victory by a dominant 17 seconds. Looked like it might have had a big question mark over that one earlier on. SimRC in second with Falcon Sim Racing in third. Lion GP in fourth position, just ahead of the Nürburgring Esports team by a minute and 10 seconds. Incredible gaps we're getting here. Eiffel Racing GTU in sixth with the SLC Commerce and the second of the Lion GP cars, the 166 down there in eighth position. Only a couple of other cars in this category being the AC Oberhausen car, that one being the last one we saw across the line, and TSR Racing. They did finish the race a lap down. We only got two retirements from the race, and both of those coming in the Porsche Cup category. TSR were able to see out the checkered flag. The rest of the finishes, though, then come in the M2 category, where BS Competition were able to take a second victory of the day, once in the overall category and once in the M2s as well. Nürburgring Esports directly behind by 13 seconds. Then it's Scherer Esports with Smiller Esports Red in fourth position. Venari, Thomas Enger, Wolf, and the NG Core Racing car, who were able to see out the checkered flag. Both of those cars in seventh and eighth position, the 275 and the 276, both lost their front bumpers in the running of this race, courtesy of various incidents. I think they were both ended up in the barrier. It's been a troublesome day for the for those, but they were still able to see the checkered flag, and again proving the endurance spirit of always seeing the checkered flag, and that being the top priority. Adopt Don't Shop finishing in ninth position, Smiller Esports green, and then Racing Lounge finishing a couple of laps down at the back end of the M2 category. That sorts us out here and sets us up for what I'm sure will be an incredible run when we head to the other side of the new year. We'll be racing once again on the 21st of February for the final two rounds of DNLS in 2025 and 2026. An excellent drive, though, across the line. Your winners today, BS Competition overall, then the EMM Esports 905.